NFL Thursday Night Football, New England Patriots, Pittsburgh Steelers. These are my live watch along reactions. Thank you for tuning in and watching. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. Thumbs up button, share, hashtag NFL, hashtag Patriots, hashtag Steelers, hashtag as it is Thursday Night Football. On Amazon Prime, we'll have Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit on the call with Kaylee Hartung down the field as the Thursday Night Football pregame show wraps up with Chris Thompson, Tony Gonzalez, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Andrew Whitworth, and Richard Sherman. The Steelers at Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium now, if you will. The end painted gold. They're wearing their Color Rush uniforms this evening as well. Coming off of a loss now on a short week. Both teams actually coming off of losses last week. At least Pittsburgh scored only 10 points, but at least they scored. New England was shot out at home by the Chargers 6-0, whereas Arizona beat Pittsburgh, The Steelers lost to the Cardinals 24-10. So here we are. We'll see what it gives us. Always, I'm sure something will. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share as mentioned as well. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. And we'll get into those a little bit later on, as we're about 15 minutes or so away from kickoff as pregame rolls on. So hopefully by that point in time, my voice will be straight. Won't have lost it a few minutes in. Hell, before we even kick off. Should be an okay game. It's probably going to be low scoring. A defensive showdown still coming down to the wire, but what's new? So it is ago today, a date that will live in infamy in the United States history. Of course, speaking of Pearl Harbor, so as we remember Pearl Harbor, this very date, we got some NFL football to celebrate the United States of America with the Patriots and Steelers. So, yeah, 82 years ago today was Pearl Harbor. Of course, the U.S. went on to become back-to-back World War champs. So, USA, USA, USA chant, if you will, in the comments below. Let me know who you have winning tonight, as Pittsburgh is hosting another 2-10 team in the span of 4 or 5 days. Of course, they lost on Sunday to the Cardinals, but they're a 6-point favorite again. Over-unders right at 30, which is the lowest in NFL history in 30 years. So we'll see what this 30 for 30 has to offer tonight. So, yeah, I mean, you're probably going to be looking at fast starts, at least hoping for it. You're probably going to be looking at, what defense going to bend doesn't break, because of how, even though, there's talent, but just how pitiful these offenses are. So, and I guess, you can flip a coin and not be able to tell who's going to come out on top, regardless of heads or tails. Like if you had to flip a coin and if it came up heads for so-and-so or tails for the other, and that's who's going to win, no. Like, I honestly don't know how this game's going to play out tonight. I don't. I mean, we've seen how Pittsburgh's played. New England's at 2-10, worst start under Bill Belichick. His future potentially in limbo. So we'll let the coaching and players do the talking. We'll see how the game plays out, of course, because it ain't decided on paper, it's decided on the field. We'll see what the outcome is, in a few short hours from now. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. So, it's Thursday Night Football, Amazon Prime. Pittsburgh off of a loss on a short week earlier this year in back-to-back home games, I might add. They lost on Sunday and then won on Thursday, as they did against the Jaguars and Titans a month ago. So here we are again now. Lost the Cardinals at home on Sunday after a few weather delays because Arizona seemingly wanted it more. As Pittsburgh 7-5, they've had their chances. We'll get more into that in a minute. But now here at home on a short week again against New England Patriots. So 2-10 versus 7-5. Pittsburgh can take care of business. They're still going to be in the thick of it in the playoff discussion with another month of the regular season to be played. But we got the two NFL franchises, the only two NFL franchises, I should say, with 6 Super Bowl wins squaring off tonight on Thursday Night Football. So, these games are normally pretty big. The aura has sort of faded and dimmed a little bit, if you will, because it's not what once was with the Patriots and Steelers, but they're still going to be, playing tonight. New England's going to try to do what Arizona did and try to, start to spoil the Steelers season. Yeah, like I said, normally a huge matchup, but as New England's all-time 18-16, at every point in time, season from September to October, November into December, here we are, even January in the playoffs. They've never met on December the 7th. They played on the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th, but never on the 7th. Of course, December the 7th a few years ago for the Steelers was when the season went down the drain in 2020. They were undefeated, lost to the Washington Redskins football team, now Commanders, whatever you want to call them, and then, lost 5 of 6, including the playoffs. Of course, still haven't had a losing season in 20 years. Interesting stat I just learned as well, dating back 20 years. For the first time since 2004, the Steelers have 2 running backs with 600 plus rushing yards apiece, and that would be, of course, Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren. And Naj is active in tonight's game, so he will play. Speaking of injuries, before I forget as well, of course, Kenny Pickett going to be inactive, out with a ankle injury, which he suffered this past week against Arizona. This was the play before the 4th and goal. They sneaked it, didn't get it. He went down, has since ankle surgery. He's going to be out at least 2 to 4 weeks. He's not going to go on IR. He's going to be able to return from now until the end of the regular season. Hell, into mid to late January if they make the playoffs, let alone win in the playoffs. So we'll see what happens from now until then. One thing at a time, of course. Mitch Trubisky will start for Pittsburgh at quarterback. Mason Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, just in time for Christmas to back up. Pittsburgh did sign Trace McSorley to the practice squad, but that's where he resides for the time being. So they're going to have 2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs with McFarland out as well behind Harris and Warren. So we'll see if Double Deuce and the bowling ball of the bulldozer, get the football as much as they have recently. They've been balanced. They've been able to run the football. New England's been able to stop the run, though. So I would think the Patriots are going to force Pittsburgh to throw and, try to beat them that way. Special teams, I think, could be huge again tonight, as it was last time these two teams met early last season, in which New England won by a field goal. So once again, we'll see what gives. But yeah, Pickett's out. Went down with the ankle injury. A play before the 4th and goal they didn't convert, and then Arizona went 99 before halftime, scored. First weather delay, had another turnover early second half, the second weather delay, and then Arizona just kept island. And even with Pittsburgh having their chances, they got to find a way and as I was saying before it went out, unfortunately it seems like I'm experiencing some technical difficulties this evening, so just know if it does buffer, disconnect, reconnect, I will get it back up and running ASAP. So thanks for tuning in. Once again, golf coming up momentarily. a little after 8 o'clock now. So pregame over with, and they'll give us a game preview from Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, and we'll go on the road. As Styx will be singing tonight's national anthem. So, Mom, with those terrible towels, first off, they'll give us a recap from this past week. Like I said, both teams coming off losses. New England has to win out and get a bunch of help with a losing records to even make the playoffs at that rate. Pittsburgh with the loss as well, as they were 6-3. They've lost 2 of 3. They're 7-5 now. They've had their chances once again. It's maintaining momentum with them because they've been able to find a running game. Of course, they've battled injuries. Who hasn't, and really at this point, who really cares? The standard is still the standard. Next man up mentality with the Patriots and Steelers. They have the 2 longest tenured head coaches who are currently active in NFL history, with Bill Belichick and Mike Tomlin, I might add. Dating back to the turn of the century. And, both franchises, very historic, both with 6 Super Bowl wins. The only 2 currently in the NFL that have that, of course, other teams have NFL. Should be interesting. More injuries. Not at quarterback, so it's going to be Trubisky. And then New England wide receiver, and then Sean Wade at quarterback. So, they're 2-10 though. But same thing was with the Cardinals last week, and they certainly took them lightly, to say the least, because they always play down to their opponent as the Steelers take the field. So there's the color rush uniforms. Of course, the end zones are painted in gold. And it seems like this will, become the new norm after college football season's over with, because they're not gold during September, October, November because of Pitt, because, of course, they share the same stadium. But, of course, Pitt not going to a bowl game, season's over with anyway, even if they were or weren't. Pittsburgh owns and will be the only ones playing here the rest of the season, so you might as well. They did it for a game or 2 last year, right before Christmas, so here we are for the final few home games this season as well. They're 7-2, I might add, while donning the alternate color rush uniforms as well, so they're 7-5, 3-0 in primetime this year. It's the offenses and defenses in tonight's game. So then special teams to play a factor potentially. With how good the defenses are, with Pittsburgh the offenses are, I'm telling you, watch out for special teams, and I am, because it was a difference last time. And it normally is, in a matchup between not necessarily these 2 teams, but just personnel-wise on, who they are, and the record says exactly who you are. You're 2-10 and 7-5, but it is a must-win for the Steelers, no doubt about it. You lose, as we were just saying, they lost Sunday. It very well could be 8-4. Because they could be undefeated. They probably should be winless. All 7 wins by 1 score. Another interesting stat, as New England's 2-10, their worst starter in Belichick. 7 of their 10 losses are by 1 score. Pittsburgh's 7-5, and all 7 wins are by 1 score. Okay, 3 of the 5 losses by 14 or more, other by 10, and then the game-winning field goal. As we've known, but even with the loss last week, they still stood pat right now as the 5 seed in the AFC playoffs. And the thing is, there's still a lot of football to be played, and the only good thing out of the loss was against an NFC opponent in the Cardinals. They can still take care of business and still be A-okay, down the stretch. But it starts with them. They need to take a good hard look in the mirror and figure out, okay, how are we going to play? How are we going to get the job done? because where they're going to be here at the end of the season. Of course, only one team's going to be standing tall come mid-February, but you get my point, okay? Even with the winning, non-losing seasons dating back to 2003 was actually the last time they had a losing season. 03. Here we are, 2023. It's been 20 years. They've been above 500. That's a winning season. But they haven't made the playoffs in a few years, let alone won a playoff game in twice that amount of time. So, I've said it this season. I think it speaks true just to who they are, because it's just who they are, for one, as we all are, who we are personally. But they play down to their opponent. They are either starting slow, finding a way to come back and win late, or they're getting out to an early lead, and then trying to hold it and get the dub in the end. Like, there's no in between. There's not with them. It's one or the other. And like, I'd be shocked if it turns out any different tonight, because with how good, bad these teams are, it's going to be, like I was saying, seemingly another low-scoring defense showdown that's going to come down to the wire, with turnovers, special teams being the difference. So we'll see what it gives. But like I was saying, as you have the only two franchises in the first for 6 Super Bowl wins squaring off on Thursday Night Football. Normally a huge matchup, or is faded a little bit from years past, but as New England leads the all-time series 18-16, the games December, they've never met on the 7th, even though they met on the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th. In those 5 matchups, because they played twice on the one day, leads 3-2. So take it for what it's worth. But like I said, December the 7th, a few years ago in 2020, was when the season went down the drain for the black and gold. So black and gold, and you know what it is. Shout out to Wiz, as both teams are living on the edge. Pittsburgh, seemingly need a win just to stay afloat, because then a couple years ago, they're undefeated, lost 5 of 6 then, and season was down the drain. Can they sort of reverse that? Can they win tonight and then rather go down, go upwards? So we're in Steeler country, of course, in the 412. NFL Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime. Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium. Thanks for tuning in and watching live right here on YouTube. But as Amazon says, you can watch it with the normal broadcast, or with Prime Vision, or in Espanol, good old south of the border. As there is Kaylee Hartung. Show off the standings for the North, which is still, realistic for Pittsburgh. Split with the Browns, beat the Ravens, beat the Bengals. They still got to play Cincinnati and Baltimore once more. So, that's the thing. Just take care of business, and they'll be fine. But if not, it's going to be coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's going to be, well, this, well, that. So, there's Bill Belichick, Mike Tomlin. Like I said, currently active, the 2 longest tenured NFL coaches in the National Football League. Belichick dating back to 2000, Tomlin to 2007, as Steeler Nation has showed up in the blackout, if you will, or in the color rush uniforms. They'll kick off right to left across the television screen, ready and all down. We'll have a touchback, some New England ball, first number 25 for New England this evening over Mac Jones. Of course, Mac Jones, first-round pick out of Alabama. Can this defense force pressure? Can they get turnovers? Can they stop the run? with Ezekiel Elliott getting the start, former Cowboy, with Stevenson out. So handoff and no gain on the play. Minkah Fitzpatrick, who just returned last week from injury, broke his hand in his first game back, put a club on. Oh, shit. TJ Watt down injured. Speaking of injuries, here we go again. They can't catch a fucking break with injuries. They can't. He gets up, but yeah, he might have just got the wind knocked out of him. Just boom. Well, it was sort of misfire. It was a friendly fire. So hopefully he's okay. Because without him, even with him, they still need somebody to step the hell up. So no gain on the play, 2nd and 10. We'll dive into the injuries in a minute. But as Mike Gesicki, former Penn State tight end, wearing number 88 for the New England Patriots, in motion, they'll dump off to Zeke near side on a screen in the flat, and he gets about 12 and a first down. Of course, there's another former Penn State tight end in this game tonight as well, also wearing 88. That's Pat Fryer with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I might add, there's also another Penn State coach coaching this game this evening as well. Of course, that's the Patriot offense coordinator in Bill O'Brien, in which he left New England for Happy Valley, but then went back to the NFL and then has seemingly worked his way back to New England. And who knows, depending on what happens with Bill Belichick, could be a, God damn. First down, New England. We'll get into that topic as well. Juju Smith-Schuster on the reception, 1st and 10 New England. Former Steelers making big plays against the black and gold seemingly every single game so far this season. Last week it was James Conner. But Juju with KZ and Minkah on the coverage, still able to haul it in and first down. But Zappy looking to zap Pittsburgh. Hands off and no gain on the play with Highsmith on Penn State. OC for New England, as mentioned. Was, as the Texan coach, never able to beat Pittsburgh. Back in 2020, right before he got fired, one of his final games was in the Steel City. Before he started winning, and like I said, worked his way back to New England, and yeah, could be along with a few others, a potential candidate to replace Belichick if New England would, seemingly move on, which they might not. We'll see. We'll get more into that as well. But yeah, 3rd down and 9 now coming up for New England. So thank you for your services in 2012 and 13. But every time, since playing either Penn State again, which he hasn't, let alone the Pittsburgh Steelers, a few times, yeah, not tonight, but rooting for you any other time. Zappy, step up, tuck it, and run, and get the first down. So New England's driving with ease, 1st and 10 of the 13-yard line, and knocking on the door, looking to take an early lead. At least Pittsburgh's going to get the ball back to begin the second half at this rate. But yeah, just a simple drop. Nobody's open. He's going to tuck it and run, and he's got green grass in front of him, so why not get a first down? It's called keeping it simple. And hopefully Pittsburgh does the same. As we know they will, but how simple is simple for them? Because like I said, it's either a slow start, relying on the damn defense again, or as TJ Watt's back out there, good to see him. Okay. Yeah, he obviously just got the one knocked out of him there. Or, okay, they got a lead and they're trying to hold it. There's no in between. There isn't. So we'll get back to everything I had planned to say and a little bit of preview here momentarily. We'll see what New England does. They got a 2nd and 7. No weather in the area tonight, I might add, either. So we shouldn't have any weather delays with these two. 2nd and 7, New England from the 11. Zappy's pass caught. Zeke, and he's going to walk in. Touchdown, New England. 75 yards in about 5 minutes, and the Patriots got an early 6-0 lead. God damn. So now the defense can't even get any stops. You know? And it's going to be bending but not breaking. It's going to be, you know, a stop late. So New England extra point. Up and good. Okay. Looked like he might have hooked it, but it's up and good. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good fast start for New England, but, you know, Pittsburgh defensively, that's, yeah, not good. As TJ Watt is Taco Boy, and he likes tacos, and now you know, but just they're gonna have to wake up. I mean, it's fucking 8:30 at night. Wake up, you know. They've had, even on a short week, all day to prepare, all day to get ready. You know, you're in fucking prime time, for God's sakes, okay? But it's going to be interesting, as I was saying, because Mitch Trubisky's, you know, starting at quarterback. You know, can they help him out in the run game? Can they go down the middle of the field to the tight ends? You know, can they just work the sticks? You know, move the ball like New England just did there. You know, defense to get you a few stops, a turnover or two, capitalize on it. You know, special teams potentially, you know, play field position. Like they need sparks, they need momentums, swings. They need to be able to maintain momentum. That's been their biggest thing this year, I've thought, is maintaining momentum, because as soon as they get it, it's gone. They cannot keep it, you know, because then they're back in the same hole they just were in. And that's what makes it frustrating. I mean, like I said, they're 7-5. They could be undefeated. Realistically, like 9-3, 10-2, but they probably should be winless. I ain't gonna lie. Let alone, okay, they're 7-5, but below 500 potentially, or right at 500, 6-6. Because all 7 wins by 1 score. Something goes wrong, those are losses. But then, you know, 3 of the 5 losses by 14, the other by 10, game-winning field goal as well. A couple things that went wrong for them there go their way. I mean, it's a whole different story. They're got a few more wins on the board. And it's all about perspective, narrative. But as your record says exactly who you are, I mean, we know how they play, though, you know. But at the end of the day, win's a win. Of course, when you lose, you say a little. When you win, you say less. But, man, we'll see. We shall see. TJ Watt's getting his face looked at. He might have something wrong with his mouth. Pittsburgh on the return from the 3-yard line. And, all right, they'll get to the 31. So rather than taking a knee or fair catch, if you will, inside the 20 out to the 25, they get a, you know, +6 there on the starting point. So, yeah, Mitch Trubisky getting the start for Pittsburgh tonight at quarterback. First time that's happened since about a year ago. Of course, he started the season last year for Pittsburgh before Kenny Pickett came in. Pickett's battled injuries, you know, first 2 years now in the league. Had trouble staying healthy at times. Trubisky's, you know, stepped in. He loves turning the football over, I'll tell you that much. 1st and 10, he's looking to throw all day. Now he's going to tuck it and run. All right, Mitch, out past the 40, 45 and out of bounds. Trubisky making a play with his feet. He can run. And hopefully they can get a running game going for him. But it's, you know, taking what the defense gives you for one. But, yeah, he loves to force it. He loves to turn the football over with interceptions. I mean, he had a turnover last week on a fumble, for God's sakes. I get trouble with the snap, but still. And then, a turnover on downs and a turnover, Arizona scores off both of them. You lose by 14 because of it, for the most part, why you lost, along with, not playing good because they've had their chances still. Hand off to Naj, 2 yards up the middle. Second down, so we'll see here how it starts off. I mean, see if they can cut the lead, let alone tie it up. I mean, that's a good opening play. I mean, he had all day to throw, but good coverage, so he took off and ran, and at least he was smart enough to do that and get a first down. But yeah, just nothing stupid, Don't be turning the ball over tonight. Don't be shooting yourselves in the foot. So 2nd down and 9 out of the gun. Make it the pistol now. And they'll motion Allen Robinson, who made a spectacular catch in 13 with Bill O'Brien as the head coach of Penn State up against Michigan before the Minute Lions won in 4 overtimes. Robinson, of course, the former Jaguar and Bear, most recently with the Rams. Hasn't done a lot with Pittsburgh this year, but you still got to cover him. So 3rd down coming up for the Steelers from midfield. 3rd and 6, it looks like, with under 10 to play in this first quarter. So can they convert, or are they going to have to punt? Jalen Warren in the ballgame, tailback to the right of Trubisky, who's in the gun. 3rd and 6 once again for Pittsburgh from the 50. And looking to throw. Down the middle. It's picked off. Of course it is. Nothing stupid. No turnovers. What do you do? Because Mitch Trubisky loves to throw interceptions. Does exactly that. Got a flag on the play, though. All right. So they might luck out. Can't have that happen, though. Pass interference on the defense. So 15 yards, automatic first down. See a replay. Belichick's giving the refs an earful. And okay, that right there, a little bit of a hold. So it'll be a spot foul. Still be 15 yards because it goes from midfield to the 35-yard line on a 15-yard pass interference, but it's a spot foul. That's where it happened at. So 1st and 10 Pittsburgh from there. Officially at the 39, they say. So a little less than that, but still a spot foul. 1st and 15, or 1st and 10, after the foul. And that's complete to 14. George Pickens' far side. So 2nd down and manageable. That's the thing. Can they convert? Can they keep it going? You can't do one good thing and then nothing, or nothing at all and then one good thing late. Like, they got to be able to build and maintain. They got to execute and put it all together. Plain and simple, end of story. So 2nd and 6 now. Just keep moving, keep chopping away. Alert, alert, play clock winding down. Got to go. And they'll get it off. Fake the toss. Actually, they do toss it. All right, Warren going to get brought down the backfield. Loss of 3. So 3rd down and 9. Can you at least get a few yards? Maybe get Boswell on for a field goal. Probably got away with a hold there for 1. Darnell Washington a little bit. But now 3rd and 8 officially. 3rd and 8. 7.5 and counting to play in the opening quarter here. So trips in a bunch near side. 3rd and 8. And Trubisky low snap. Going to step up in the pocket. And he gets brought down. So no gain on the play. You probably punt and pin him deep. You're not going to be kicking a long fucking field goal. From the 38-yard line. It'd be 38, 48, about 55, 56 yarder. I mean, they could with Boswell. He's got the leg. And he's damn near accurate. I mean, he missed a field goal last week, though. So is the field goal unit on, or is the punt unit on? They're going to trot on Boswell for a 56-yarder to cut this lead. and the kick's going to be up, and the kick's going to be good. All right. At least I got some points out of that. It's 7-3. 6:39 to play in the first. Both teams score on their opening drives. New England went 75 yards and hit pay dirt for 6, make it 7. Steelers drive stalls, but they kick a 56-yarder and cut the lead. So 7-3, here we are, midway through the opening quarter. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of NFL Thursday Night Football with the Patriots and Steelers, live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports. Go ahead and Luke96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. All on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. So back to what I was saying earlier. Because seemingly, so we thought, low-scoring defensive showdown game, but then you got 10 points in the first 10 minutes of the game combined between the two teams here. So, who knows? It might turn into a shootout. It'll slow down here, though, I think, at some point in time. So, still seemingly, I think, going to be, another low-scoring, defense showdown. That's going to come down to the wire. Like I said, remember the last time these two teams met, special teams was the difference. There was from what I recall, it was a final score of 17-14, field goal difference. It was early, week 2, week 3, September of last season. New England at Pittsburgh again. So the next time these two teams play will be in Foxborough at Gillette Stadium. I can guarantee you that much. But there was a punt, if I'm not mistaken, and a penalty on that punt that got New England in good field position. And then, they drove the field goals early in the game. So Pittsburgh still had their chances. But then overall, looking back at it, that was the difference in the game because, there's the field goal and they win by 3. So just keep an eye on special teams tonight. I gotta say, the end zones are gold. Steelers donning the color rush uniforms are 7-2 while wearing those. They're trying to bounce back. Both teams are. New England hasn't won since before Halloween. Here we are after Thanksgiving, gearing up for Christmas. So hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. Have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year as well. Happy holidays if you're one of those people. But New England's lost 5 straight. Pittsburgh's lost 2 of 3, but they haven't lost 2 in a row since late October of last season, before the bye week when they were 2-6, if you can remember that, and then they finished strong, and then another winning season. Just missed out on the playoffs because of one of those 2 games, and the back-to-back losses at that point in time. Both trying to bounce back. New England lost Sunday at home 6-0 against the Chargers. They've scored more points tonight already than they did the whole entire time in that game. Pittsburgh lost on Sunday as well, 24-10 against the Cardinals. Had an early field goal, but then, with a 3-0 lead, Arizona tied it at 3, took a lead, extended the lead, kept scoring, and Pittsburgh, playing catch up at Heinz Field. So, coulda, woulda, shoulda once again. But, both teams trying to bounce back. Steelers, very embarrassing loss. Now on a short week, give up a touchdown on the opening drive, kick a field goal. New England goes deep, incomplete. So 2nd and 10. So we'll see where we go from here now. New England offensively, you got Mac Jones, quarterback, but he's since been benched. So it's Bailey Zappi. Malik Cunningham, rookie out of Louisville, active tonight as well. So if it comes down to it, okay, there's that. He got kneed, kicked in the chin. His lower face took a shot. From this, probably going to be a dogfight. Getting hit in the mouth, but getting back up. He's right back out there. Okay. As they just brought up the weather, this is football weather. It's not really cold, but it's chilly. So just do your job, 3rd and 7 coming up here for New England. Just take care of business. Find a way to win. Zappy down the middle, caught. Hunter Henry, first down at the 42. Got a flag on the play, though. So we'll see what that dirty laundry is from the Zebras, but looks like it's coming back. Yeah. So they'll replay 3rd down. So they're calling pass interferences tonight. They called a lot of penalties last Thursday night as well, so we'll see if we hit that mark, or hopefully not, but just don't shoot yourselves in the foot. Yeah, a little bit of a push-off, I guess. But it's normally, of course, because New England's still trying to move on from Tom Brady. And Belichick saying that's bullshit. Hey, they threw it. Nothing you can do about it. I mean, the thing is with penalties, they call it, all right, whatever, but dump off on a screen, 4th down, they'll punch. The Steeler defense goes off the field. Offense, can you get a drive going? Can you run the football? Can you work some clock? Can you, cut this lead again? Can you, take a lead? So the penalty hurts New England there. We're going to have to punt now because they did have a 1st down on that play. But, yeah, penalties, it's like, okay, holding happens in every play. It's just a matter of fact if they call it or not. Calling pass interference is all over the place already here tonight. New England with the punt. And Austin on the return. Give me a hell yeah. From the 16. And he'll get to the 20. There's also a special teams error on special teams for Pittsburgh on punt returns last year when these two teams met. Of course, Gunnar Olszewski no longer on the squad. That's actually sort of why New England had that field goal with what I was referring to earlier. There was the fumble, but then their return, there was a penalty, and then they ended up kicking a field goal on that drive, from what I can recall. But, yeah, can Pittsburgh get a drive going now? Can they, control this game and win the line of scrimmage? We'll see. Yeah, New England's still trying to move on from Tom Brady. I mean, Pittsburgh at times, yeah, it seems like too, offensively at least, because defense is still stout. I mean, that's how New England is on defense as well. Pittsburgh's still trying to move on from Ben Roethlisberger at times. Of course, jokingly, okay, after last week's injury, well, 7's still good to go. I mean, call him up, see what he says. Yeah, from moving on from because of retirement, future first ballot Hall of Fame quarterbacks, you sort of got to find your groove again. And, you're either going to be okay, snap finger, just back to the way it was, or it's going to take a little while and there's going to be some growing pains. But, yeah, commercial break. We'll get back to action here shortly once again. So stick around, stay tuned. Steelers ball, 1st and 10 from about 20. But, yeah, New England's still damn good on defense, as they always have been. I mean, Belichick and Tomlin, they're both defensive-minded coaches. But New England offensively with, quarterback carousel, if you will. Ramondre Stevenson out at running back, so it's Zeke Elliott. Got 1st down on the reception, but not much else. TJ Watt getting checked out again. Hopefully he doesn't have a concussion. He's in concussion protocol, and they say he can't play because of it. I mean, he did take a shot, but he's been back out there since. So, I mean, obviously would have cleared if so. I think they're just trying to play it safe with him and make sure he's, okay. As there is Kenny Pickett up in the booth with the rest of the assistants. So we'll see how Pittsburgh fares here. 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. And Trubisky looking to throw, caught, and then dropped incomplete. 2nd and 10. Well, he hurt his ankle, got surgery on Monday. He's going to be out at least 2 to 4 weeks, which is, right before Christmas, let alone the whole entire rest of the regular season, back in time for the playoffs potentially. As they show how he would have got the tightrope surgery on the ankle to repair a very high ankle sprain. Um, Basically putting the outside bone on your ankle back, on your fucking leg and foot, with the ligament damage. Um, but they're not putting him on IR, because if they put him on IR, he'd have to miss at least 4 games, which that's another month. So yeah, we'll see how they can play without him in the meantime. I mean, if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then, reap what you fucking sow. 3rd and 6 from the 25. Trips in a bunch again near side. Trubisky going deep. And intended for A-Rob, incomplete. So they'll punt as well. So, 2 opening scoring drives and now back-to-back punts. So as I said, yeah, just wait. It's going to slow down, cool down here a little bit. Here we are. 3:57 to play in the opening quarter, and they'll punt. New England getting the ball back. So, I mean, yeah, take your shots, but don't throw into triple coverage, and completely overthrow them. I mean, okay, better off than being picked off, but you're still giving the ball back anyway on a punt. So, I mean, yeah, it's field position game now. Can Presley Harvin in his blue suede shoes boom it away? Fair catch single forward by New England at the 27-yard line. They'll go 1st and 10 from there when we come back. So, 7-3. Actually, they're going to stick with it. So, the 1st and 10, New England. So, yeah, can the defense get stops? They rely on this defense way too damn much. But what's new? You gotta do find a way to win. Defense because they are, felt the offense was, more consistent. 1st and 10, pass caught. And they'll give New England a 1st down there, it looks like. And as we were saying with New England's offense, they're out tonight. Devontae Parker and Kayshon Boutte. So it's Tyquan Thornton. It's Juju Smith-Schuster, the former Steeler. It's Jalen Reagor, who can he catch or not, along with another former Eagle teammate of his, Nelson Aguilar. 1st and 10 down the middle, caught. And Juju with another big catch. Of course, he left Pittsburgh at the end of the 21 season, went to Kansas City last year and won a Super Bowl. He was only with the Chiefs for a season. Now he's in New England. And then, of course, they have Hunter Henry and Mike Gesicki at tight end. They're getting back to their 2 tight end set that they had with, of course, Bill Belichick as the head coach, Bill O'Brien as the offense coordinator, of course, Tom Brady's the quarterback. But when they had Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez, working on 2 tight end set, and just keeping defense on their heels with all the weapons they have, especially with a strong running game, strong defense. Yeah, that's how you're going to win. Like, these teams are more, as Zappe throws it away incomplete. These teams are more similar than they are different. From the top down, with mindset, with personnel, with just, do your job, standard, and just fucking find a way to win. It doesn't matter if it's by a point, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, 5 points, 6, 7, so on and so forth. A win's a win at the end of the day, whether you won by 1 or 10 or 100. So 2nd and 10 now, New England from 45. Pittsburgh looking to bring some pressure. Slant, incomplete. So, I mean, they're getting there. They just haven't been able to wrap them up yet. I mean, I'd continue to bring pressure, of course, no doubt about it. You got to wrap him up, though. I mean, he's getting rid of it, All right, so secondary better be ready. I mean, that time the pass was a little bit behind, it fell incomplete, but just be ready. Keep your eye on the ball. So 3rd and 10 for New England. Can the Steeler defense get off the field? And Zappe stepping up. And incomplete, intended for Juju. They're going to want a flag on Joey Porter Jr., but they're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. He's been flagged a lot this year. They have been picking on him. But good coverage. Good no call. Falls incomplete. 4th down, and New England will punt because they ain't going to kick a, long field goal from this spot. It'd be 45, 55, about 63 yarder or so. Especially towards the river at night. And hard place to kick to begin with? I don't think so. So New England will punt it again on their 3rd drive for the back-to-back 2nd straight time. Steelers return to the 15. So, I mean, okay. Starting points, 31, 21, and now 15-yard line, going backwards. New England's winning field position game for sure right now. Pittsburgh's got to get a drive going. They got to find a running game. I mean, Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, not much so far. Trubisky, okay, tucked it and ran there that one play. The opening play of the game, actually, because nobody was open, got a 1st down. They, marched forward, got enough, for a field goal, but still nothing since. New England, nothing since their touchdown. So it's there for the taking. Pittsburgh take over and take control of this game. Because if not now, when? But just run the ball, nothing stupid. I mean, remember, he did have the interception, but it got called back because of a penalty, so they lucked out. Drive stayed alive, and, they kicked the field goal. New England's last drive, not this last drive, the one before, next last drive, their 2nd overall drive, they had 1st down, but then penalty, and then they had a punt, and then they punted again. So I guess penalties helping out Pittsburgh, not so much for New England here early on. Thing is with penalties, as long as they're calling it down the middle, I don't have a problem with it, but when you're not, that's when that arises. So we'll see how these refs, call it tonight. They always love to talk about controlling the game. That's them to a T. So we'll see what it gives. I'm sure something will, but still early. Still a lot of football to be played. Just can they take care of business? So we'll see. But as I was saying as well, as we'll pull up some stats in the meantime, here as we near the end of the 1st quarter, we're also going to recap last week, preview this NFL Week 14, and then also next week as well, of course, because from the short week, from last week to this week, and then, won't see it until the start of next week, which Pittsburgh plays next Saturday. Have back-to-back Saturday games coming up, and then back-to-back Sunday to end the regular season. There's a lot of football to discuss, so we'll get to it. But with about 2 minutes to play in the 1st quarter, Pittsburgh's now got a 1st and 10 from about the 15-yard line, down 7-3. So we'll save those stats here for a second. But out of the pistol, as it starts up front, get a little block to run the football, protect the quarterback, get these tight ends involved down the middle of the field, check it down. Very well could be Trubisky's best friend tonight, along with a running game. So rock the Naj, double deuce, Najee Harris for 4 to the 19, 2nd down and 6 upcoming. But yeah, just nothing stupid, no turnovers, run the ball, Najee Harris, Jalen Warren. You got to get the ball to Deontay Johnson and George Pickens, no doubt about it. But then Pat Freiermuth, Connor Hayward, Darnell Washington, Roddy Williams at tight end. It's absolutely pathetic. But so 2nd and 6. And Trubisky going to roll out, dump it off, caught Warren, and he's going to shake, rattle, and roll his way for a Steeler 1st down. He's fun to watch. He is, man. I'm telling you, he's a bowling ball of a bulldozer. He just, keeps trucking. He keeps moving forward. I mean, with a 1-2 punch with the two of them, like I said, for the first time since '04, and you know how good the Steelers have been able to run the ball since then as well. For the first time since '04, they've had a tandem with two running backs of, to this point in time in the season, of at least 600 yards rushing apiece. So, I mean, you got to go back to the Bus, Deuce Staley, and Fast Willie Parker, for that, to Najee Harris and Jalen Warren now. I mean, and you look at it, you do the math, if you will, they lose a yard there, 2nd and 11. Another month of football to be played. Potentially, depending on how good they run the football down the stretch, because you're going to want to be playing your best football, now, at least you'd hope to be. This will be the final play of the quarter. Hell, they don't even have to snap if they don't want to. Play clock is 1 second less than the game clock, is 1 second less than the play clock. But they will snap it, so this will be the final play of the quarter now. 2nd and 11, Trubisky going to tuck it and run. And the former second overall pick out of North Carolina, the Chicago Bears, gets about 2 yards. So they'll have a 3rd down to begin the second quarter of play, still down 7-3 as they'll switch ends. Be going from the hills to the river. So we'll get back to it shortly. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But no, if you do the math, and yeah, they're 7-5. Haven't lost 2 straight in over a year. Coming off a loss here. Gotten back to Steeler football with the run game and defense. It's still execution, with the plays, no doubt about it. But you do the math in the run game. If they can run the football when they need to down the stretch, potentially both running backs could get over 1,000 yards rushing apiece, which I didn't think I'd be saying that, last week, let alone a month ago, hell, at the start of the season, let alone 5 minutes before I started, because that's about the time I found out about that stat. So I wrote it down real quick before I forget, and figured, okay, I'll throw it in at some point in time tonight. And, we've gotten to that already, so still got a lot more to talk about, of course. But yeah, just it's back to the basics. It's back to getting to what got you to this point. And they still are who they are, because it's who they are, with not sloppy, but just inconsistent play for the most part. They're up and down all over the place, side to side, from left to right, right to left, up, down, up, however you want to fucking, put it. And it's momentum. It's maintaining momentum with them. Because once they get it, it's gone out the door, gone in the wind. So, end of the first quarter, 7-3 Patriots. Pittsburgh with a 3rd down coming up. Bailey Zappi, 6 of 11, 97 yards and a touchdown. That to Ezekiel Elliott, who has 4 carries, 7 yards. Zappi leading the team in rushing right now with a carry for 11. Former Steeler Juju Smith-Schuster, 2 catches, 54 yards for New England. Zeke with 3 of 32 receiving and the touchdown, and Tyquan Thornton, a 1st down catch for 11 yards. And then Trubisky, 2 of 4 passing, 12 yards. Also leads the team in rushing himself as well, 2 of 16 on the ground. Najee Harris, 5 carries, 11 yards. And then Warren and Pickens catch for 8 and 4 yards respectively. And then Boswell's field goal was good from 56 yards. So back to it. Beginning of the second quarter, it is 7-3. So once again, can they convert? Can they convert? 3rd and 10. Got an empty set, 5 wide. I'm telling you, down the middle of the fucking field, your tight ends. They'll motion Warren back into the backfield to block. And then if not, he's running the screen. He'll block. Trubisky down the middle. Picked off, of course. Again. We'll tackle him. They finally do at the 11-yard line. That's the thing with Trubisky, as I've said. He loves to turn the football over. And boos from the crowd, and rightfully so. Hey, Christmas is in less than 3 weeks. Where's Mason Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, at? First play of the second quarter, Steelers turn it over. And now, as they're down 4, they're going to be down even more. Touchdown, unless they can hold them to next to nothing. Touchdown at, on the small end of it. Let alone, 2 scores at 11, touchdown, a 2-point, a field goal. If they give up a touchdown here, because New England's got a short field to work with. Overthrew his intended target. And Peppers returns it to the 11-yard line. 1st and 10, they'll run the ball. Zeke getting fed for about 4. 2nd down. So Jesus Christ. Just once again, nothing stupid. Don't turn the ball over. What do? Turn the ball over. And now Alex Highsmith's down hurt. They can't catch a break with these injuries. They can't. If it's not this person, it's this person. And as soon as they get somebody back, boom, somebody else goes down. But it's still next man up. You deal with it. It just is what it is. And it's been more on defense than offense. Of course, Kenny Pickett's hurt, though, again. Ankle surgery out, 2 to 4 weeks. They'll fade to black and go commercial break. Naj was questionable coming in tonight with a knee injury. Seems okay to me. Freiermuth was out for over a month with a hammy. First game back. Still had Matt Canada as offense coordinator. They still weren't getting the tight ends the ball. Second game back for him. First fucking play of the game, they go down the middle of the field and get a first down. And then he had career highs against the Bengals a couple weeks ago. 8 for $120, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, that pass was intended for him there, and then it gets picked off. But even when Freiermuth, who really, other than Pickett now, because he's going to be sidelined with, the injury and, got surgery himself, as Freiermuth did as well. Those are the two main. Deontay Johnson was out, though. Remember that. From week 1 to mid-October. Celebrating when they're down by as much as they were last week. A couple minutes to play, and okay, I get you a score, but it's time and place, buddy. At least he finally learned how to fucking catch, but then it seemed like he, went back to those basics, not knowing how to, and then he gets hurt. So like I said, yeah, offense, it's been Deontay Johnson, Pat Freiermuth, and Kenny Pickett with the injuries. DJ was out from week 1 to mid-October. Freiermuth went out early October, didn't come back until right before Thanksgiving. And then Pickett just went down. So, there's not as much overlap as there's going to be defensively. But you still got my point. They can't catch a break with the injuries. They can't. And why that is, unless they're just getting the fucking short end of the stick with the injuries, beats me. There are a bunch of injuries this year in the NFL, especially at the quarterback position. There's currently 5 teams in the playoff picture with backup quarterbacks. Pittsburgh, one of them. 2nd and 7 for New England. As Highsmith walks off. So hopefully he's okay. So, decent moments, yeah. Getting fucking beat over the head by his own helmet. 2nd and 7 from the 8-yard line. Hopefully his nose will be shining bright just in time for Christmas, though. Zappy into the end zone, caught, touchdown, New England. Jesus Christ. And guess what? They go down the middle of the field to their tight end and they fucking score. Hunter Henry for 6. There's 6 points off of turnover. We'll see if it comes back to bite him in the ass. God damn. Jesus Christ. And, you know, when you need the defense to make a stop, they don't. Just, it's frustrating. Very frustrating. Extra points up and good again. All right. Looking like he's hooking it wide right. He's just sneaking it in. We talked Penn State earlier. Former kicker Robbie Gould retired today, so congrats to him. He'll be in Canton one of these days. But son of a bitch. But yeah, they turn the ball over and then give up points off of it. That was the difference last week. Hopefully it's not going to be the difference tonight, but now they're in a hole. And now they're going to need sparks, and now they're going to need, you know, find a way to come back. And if not, it might be a long fucking night. And we'll see how restless this crowd gets. We'll see how short Trubisky's leash is. And as I've said before, truly only signed him because nobody else fucking wanted to. You know, and they, you know, thought the deal for him. Even extended him to back up. And then do they even know if they, you know, have the answer at starting quarterback for one? That was my biggest question, problem, if you will, when they drafted Kenny Pickett out of Pitt. And you didn't want to make up for it for not drafting Dan Marino back in '83. And then, just because he played at Pitt, you know, whether I'm a Penn State fan or not, it doesn't fucking matter, so don't say that. It could be whoever from this school or that school playing for this team or that team. If he's not that good or getting the job done, I get he's hurt, but that's where that comes into play. Do you make a move? So, I mean, if you don't have one quarterback, you know, you don't have, or if you have two quarterbacks, you have none, as the saying goes. If you have one, hopefully everything else is flowing and, you know, you're okay. Toss, nothing, second down. So, like, they got a lot to figure out. They do. I'm not going to lie. But they have talent. They just got to put it all to execute. 2nd and 15 now at the 20. Trubisky down the middle on a quick pass, complete. Fryer moved to the 27. So they're not booing as they were, but they're chanting Muth like they did Heath for all those years. Yeah. Thank you, Al Michaels. So, 3rd down. Can they convert, you know? I mean, if not, and then you're down as you are 14-3, 17-3, 21-3 before too long. I mean, shit, we ain't even halftime yet. They just love putting themselves in a fucking hole. So you might as well keep fucking digging the whole way to China and then, you know, put us all out of our misery once you get there. 3rd and 8, picked off again. They luckily dropped it. More boos. 4th down, they'll punt. Yeah, get his ass out. Where's Rudy at? Come on, let's go. As you know, pitiful as he's played before. I mean, they're not helping him out in the run game for one, regardless of who's playing fuck quarterback. But yeah, just they need to sync up. They need something. And punt gets kicked to the 28. Fair catch. 1st and 10 New England. Harvin was doing a little bit of an acting job for a rough running into the punter. And if it ain't Trubisky, it's Rudolph tonight. Because remember, McSorley is still on the practice squad. They didn't activate him, so he's not the emergency third-string quarterback. They have 2 quarterbacks here tonight. I mean, maybe he's the emergency third string, next week, get more time to learn, playbook. He's bounced around, as a college quarterback, if you will. And, I'm saying that. He played at Penn State, so I'm not shitting on Kenny Pickett, because he played at Pitt. He's a Pittsburgh Steeler. Pass is the pass, care less. But, like saying, they got a lot to figure out. And yeah, Trubisky he's good at times, but he was never in a good situation in Chicago. Toss, Herbig on the tackle on a loss of a yard. Like I was saying, Pittsburgh seemingly thought they were getting a good deal with him. No, they only, were able to sign him because nobody else wanted him. And then they extend them to back up. And all right, so that pass fell incomplete. Sorry for the buffer disconnect and reconnect. Here we go. 12 minutes on the dot to play in the half. 3rd and 11. Can the defense get off the field? Can they get a turnover? Can they, get the offense in a good spot? At this rate, yeah, defense, special teams going to have to fucking win the game. Because we've seen how the offense has been playing. It's one good thing and then nothing. But what's new? That's how every fucking game is. That's a block in the back. And then, who is that on the tackle? Well, he's short anyway, 4th and about 2. So they'll punt. So Pittsburgh lucks out. Gonna get the ball back here, and we'll see who's in at quarterback. If they don't make a move now, and he's still sucking ass before halftime, coming out of the half, it ain't gonna be 10. It's gonna be. And a big booming punt down in the end zone for a touchback. So 1st and 10 from the 20. They just got to play smart, I mean, no doubt about it, you got to give New England credit defensively. They're making stops. That's not the first, but second interception. First one they lucked out on. They luck out on him all the time. He just loves turning the ball over. He does. And it's not like he's making up for it, on the end of it. And all right, doing something good after the fact. No, it's just who he is. First and 10, roll out, no running game for him. He'll tuck it and run himself, though. 3 yards, 2nd down and 7. Can you run the football and help him out a little bit, please? More boos, even though they got 3 yards. At least we're not Eagle fans and throw fucking snowballs at Santa Claus. Maybe we need the leader of the pack and Rudolph. I don't know. $76, Chooks is eligible. So hopefully there's no illegal formation. Because even when he was reporting eligible last week, they were still getting penalties called on him for illegal formation. Fucking receivers got to line up right. 2nd and 7 from the 23. And they'll toss it. Not flag on the play. It's going to be an illegal formation because they're fucking 4 in the backfield. Even with him lining up as eligible. You gotta be fucking joking. You gotta be kidding me. Unless they lined up off sides. This is on Pittsburgh. It's gonna be 5 yards, replay the down. And more boos. And now they say, yeah, false start, illegal formation. Penalties decline, so 3rd down. So New England takes the down. They got to figure that out. That has happened way too much recently. Way too much. Obviously, just fucking jinx their ass, too. But when it's happening time and time again until it changes, it's just what it is. It's frustrating. 3rd and 6 when it, could be 2nd and 10. 3rd and 5, excuse me. 3rd and 5 from 25. Trubisky going deep near side. Al Austin, nope. And they'll punt. So, yeah, just keep going through the fucking motion. See where it gets you. Under 10 to play in the half. And is Terry Bradshaw in Los Angeles yet for Fox this weekend, or is he still in Oklahoma? Can he get to Pittsburgh by, like, the 3rd quarter? Let alone call it fucking Ben. I'm sure he's at the game in his suite for one. But tell him to get his ass down to the stadium and suit up. He got one of his jerseys laying around somewhere, I'd have to guess. He ain't going to care if there's any pads. He'll go out there without a helmet on, too. Let him fucking air it out. They'll have more luck than they are right now. Like, they can't even help out in the run game. So they're going to have to figure it out at quarterback. Because even, remember last year, first year without Ben, they signed Trubisky, draft Pickett. Trubisky starts, played okay at times. Other times, not so much. Of course, Pickett ends up starting. Pickett's battled injuries. Here we are again, and, then throw in Trubisky, which does sound like a, Pittsburgh type of name. But, as Roethlisberger did too, I mean, and you can go from the Pitt quarterback to Mitch the Bitch turning it over, and then the Patriots capitalize on it, and that's right now the difference in this game, unless it's still 7-3. They're down 2 scores, so, I mean, still a lot of football to be played, but they're in a tough spot. They are in a tough spot. So up until they get their head out of their ass and, start playing football, it's just what it is. Because, once again, it's nothing new. It's either a fast start with some points or maybe not, and then just really one good thing, and then nothing until the end of the game. Or it's nothing at all the whole entire game up until the 4th quarter. And then they're either winning or losing. Okay? 7 wins, 5 losses, all 7 wins by 1 score. 3 of the 5 losses by 14 or more, all said 1 by 10, and then a game-winning field goal. So, you take it. That's 7-5. You do. It could be better. It very well could be and probably should be worse, no doubt about it. But that's the thing. Just take care of fucking business and you're fine. So obviously we're going to go see the animals at the zoo and all the birds with Christmas trees and whatever else they just showed off coming back from break. But 1st and 10 New England at the 41. They shipped down from Boston to Steel City. And I mean, if I'm New England, knowing Belichick, with his good defense to begin with, you sort of have a running game. I get it's the first half, but make this a long game for Pittsburgh. You have 11-point lead, fucking run the ball and work clock. I normally wouldn't be saying that until the second half sometime, but it's under 10 to play in the first half, and hey, just do what you got to do to win. And then this would be 2 losses in a span of a week, less than a week, because of a short week here tonight on Thursday Night Football, from Sunday to Thursday. If Pittsburgh loses tonight, just thought of that too, which don't know why I did, but hey, it's just where we are. Let alone saying it now, but just where we are, because Not necessarily how good they are, but how bad they are. But still ways to fucking win. And then one of the losses probably should be wins. But that'd be 2 losses in less than a week at home. Not on the road, at home. Not even neutral site, at home. To 2-2-10 teams. Like, how piss poor is that? Down the middle, caught. First down, New England, and then some. Into Steelers 25-yard line, or Juju's missed shoes. It was a loud week for the night. When they have played Cleveland, not really anybody. Robert Spillane for the Raiders. Millette for the Ravens. Of course, they had a bye week. They traded an offensive lineman at the end of the preseason to the Rams. Of course, Jacksonville and Cleveland with the terrible towels. They really haven't fared well since those games. So, karma. 1st and 10, New England from the 26. Zappy looking to throw again. Picked off? No. Caught in the end zone again. Touchdown, New England. Hey, guess what? Back to the fucking tight ends that Pittsburgh doesn't use. New England does. Touchdown, Patriots. Hunter Henry again. Looked like it was picked off at the goal line, but right through his hands, and Tomlin's just shaking his head. Yeah. The Patriots up 20-3 now. 7.5 to play in the half. So you might as well just fucking lay over and die at this rate and let them fucking win. And just, you know, not come out of the second half and you know, get on to next week. High snap, hold down, kick up and good. 21-3. Jesus Christ. And this crowd's stunned, as am I. I mean, and more boos. So, I mean, New England shocking the world, but this just shows you how bad Pittsburgh is. I mean, they've given up 20-plus points to teams that don't average that because they only have 2 wins here in back-to-back games. Yeah, it looked like it was at least knocked down, but caught in the end zone then. Touchdown. Yeah, so New England's wondering, yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. Where the hell's this been at? Pittsburgh, how much worse can it fucking get? Don't even want to say that, you know, and put it out there into the universe. But just frustrating. Very frustrating. And now they're going to need, as there's still a lot of football to be played, but there's we want Rudolph signs. Well, where's, you know, Donner and Blitzen at? Where's all the fucking elves? Where, you know, you name them from the North Pole, get them to Pittsburgh. And Trubisky's still in at quarterback. So 1st and 10 Steelers, but they're going to need a fucking miracle. A Christmas miracle at that rate. Whether it's Trubisky, whether it's Rudolph, whether it's fucking Joe Schmo off the street coming out of the stands. Just talk about Steeler football. This is far fucking from it. You know, December's time to unleash hell. They're far from doing that again too. 1st and 10. And they'll dump off a screen to Jalen Warren. Hey, need a spark somehow. Get him the fucking ball. He gets 14-39. Like, they just got to cut the lead. You know, I'll take a field goal if it comes down to it. You're still down 2 scores. But a touchdown, you're down to still 2 scores. But you just got to keep chopping away at it, okay? You got to do something. It's back to the meme. Come on. Poking a stick. Do something. Let's go. 1st and 10. And the toss and then an end around. Calvin Austin's got some blockers. And hell yeah, the midfield on that. All right. Little trick play up their sleeve. back-to-back first downs. Now they got to continue to execute and continue to capitalize off of this. It can't be the only thing they do and then nothing. Take a fucking shot, go deep. Just don't throw another interception. Get this run game going, though. Where in the hell is the run game at? Even when, they've been sucking ass this season, more of it tonight, they've at least been trying to run the football. There's no run game tonight. Where is the run game? I'm telling you, run the damn ball. I get you got to give credit to New England, but Trubisky gonna get rid of it as he gets drilled. Connor Hayward, Cam's little brother, of course, Cam, the Steeler nominee for Walter Payton Man of the Year. So congrats to him. Hopefully he wins it this year. Third time will be the charm. Under 6 to play in the half. Both teams still got all 3 timeouts. 2-minute warning to come. Pittsburgh's down 18 here, 21-3. Got a second down coming up, 2nd and 5. But we'll see what they got. And they'll run Naj on a draw up the middle. First down. Keep it going. Keep it going. One thing at a time. They're going to mark him fucking short. God, be kidding me. So they're going to go hurry up. Well, yeah, sneak it. That's what you should have done on 4th and goal last week from the fucking 1 rather than run a draw and get stuffed and then give up a 99-yard touchdown drive and, games for the most part over at that rate, even though we were only at halftime. Had the 2 weather delays. You had another turnover led to points. You had turnover lead to points here. New England's had good field position. Pittsburgh hasn't. But they get the first down then on the sneak, so they'll move the 6, 1st and 10. Pittsburgh. Come on, Steelers. Washington motion and handoff. Warren for 5, maybe 6 if he's lucky. 2nd down. Telling you, down the middle of the field again to your tight end, just nothing stupid. Yeah, and they really haven't. I mean, they've targeted Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, but it's been next to nothing. Freiermuth in motion, empty set. Like, they need somebody to step up. Trubisky, incomplete. Flag, first down. They're going to get New England on at least a defensive hold. Pass interference. It's going to be automatic first down anyway. So they're going to be a 10 or 15 yards is the thing. And where they spotted that. Could be a spot foul, 7 for 5. But it's going to be first down Pittsburgh. Unless they pick it up. And it's going to be on number 23 of New England. Yeah. Pass interference. Spot foul for 5 yards. Still an automatic first down now. Yeah, Kyle Duggar. Pittsburgh's got to dig deep now. Let's go. At least get a fucking field goal out of it. You're in field goal range, but I'd like some points in the end zone. I'd like a touchdown. New England likes the color yellow in the end zone. They've scored 3 times for 21 points. Pittsburgh, no, they had to kick a 56-yard field goal and then, punt, turn the ball over every time since. They scored a touchdown here. 1st and 10 from the 30 and 30. Warren in motion. They give it to him on a jet sweep end around far side, and he gets 4, maybe 5. 2nd down. 3:33 and counting to play in a half. Still got all 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. So, maybe they work the clock. End up scoring. Cut the lead. Remember, Pittsburgh is getting the ball back to begin the second half. Maybe double dip, get a 2 for 1. Cut the lead even more. Truly, they're already at the rate. Just get this game into the fucking 4th quarter. Because as much as they're down by. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Herbie. Swear to God, I'm fucking bugged. 2nd and 6 from the 25. And Trubisky in the end zone, caught, touchdown Steelers. All right, Deontay Johnson. Now he can celebrate, but just don't chase any points here. You know, if they come at a premium, you want to take them. You don't want to be down fucking 12, still 2 scores. You're going to be down 11 at 2 scores, 21-10, rather than, you know, okay, if you do go for 2 and get it, 21-11, you're down 10, it's still 2 scores. Kick the extra point, okay? So just a go route, and DJ laid out for it in the end zone, caught it on the AFC logo, touchdown Steelers. Extra point by Boswell is up and good, 21-10 with 2:50 to play in the half. I mean, if they get a stop, they potentially still could get the ball back here before halftime. And then it's a whole different story, whole new ball game from where they just once were. I mean, that's why you just let it play out. You know, you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, you could really get a 3-for-1 if you look at it, if they'd get a stop and somehow score again before halftime. Score again really third quarter with that score right there. I mean, you're looking at, you know, a 1 point, let alone tie ball game mid-third quarter, 21, if you can hold. So big, you're going to be a big drive for the defense coming up next. Huge drive. You can't let them, you know, go and score a touchdown and you're down 18 again. You're just playing catch-up. Okay? It used to be Heinz Field. It's now Acrisure Stadium. It's still Heinz Field, all Steeler Nation. I can guarantee you that. There's not fucking one person out there, at least with common sense, that calls it Acrisure Stadium. Yeah. So, going to be a big drive here for the defense. Can they get a stop? I mean, if you give up a field goal, all right, you're down 2 touchdowns. But they got to get this game into the fourth quarter. They do. So we'll see. But it starts now. I mean, if they can get this to work in their favor, you know, they score there, get a stop, just, you know, all the little things add up, okay? It's a 60-minute game. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day. I know I was getting on them there, as we all were, but, I mean, you still got to let it play out. Like, one thing like that is going to ease and, you know, deflect everything that's negative out of the picture until, hopefully, knock on wood, doesn't happen again. You know, it'll quiet it for a little bit. Like, they got to... It's momentum again. It's maintaining momentum. It is. So, can they get a stop here defensively? We were talking injuries a little bit ago. You know, offensively, it's really Deontay Johnson, Pat Freiermuth, Kenny Pickett, you know, and they've all missed significant time. Defensively, yeah, it started with Cam Hayward week 1. He was out for a while, has since returned. About a month ago, it was the Thursday night game against the Titans. I mean, if you're not banged up, I mean, you're not playing, especially this rate, this time of the season, because everybody's banged up. Just no matter how hurt you really are and if you could go or not. But New England on the return, 22-yard line, they bring them down. So 1st and 10. See about the clock here, 2:46, 2:48 to play in the half. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Can they get the ball back? Let alone before, maybe after. We'll see here. Depends on what happens. I mean, you can't give them a touchdown, though. Field goal, okay, but you can't give them a touchdown. But you got to maintain momentum. You can't let it slip. You know, because then they got it going at a halftime, even though you get the ball back at the beginning of the second half. You need to stop here, okay? But then, you know, do something before halftime. Get the ball back in the second half. Cut it again. Let alone tie it up. You know, if they'd, guys, we got a flag on the play, got a personal foul on the Patriots. So they'll mark that half the distance. And 1st and 10, well, where'd the foul occur? Because he was brought down at the 20, 21, 22. So it was after the play, so half the distance from there. Ball's going to be about 10, 11, 12-yard line for New England here to start. So, 1st and 10. But, yeah, come on, defense. Their ass is backed up. You going to give them another 90-plus yard touchdown drive before the half or not? Now or never. Make a stop. From the 11, 1st and 10, New England. But if they can get a stop, they're fine. Handoff, Zeke for 5. And Atlanta Roberts, the former Dolphin, who was injured last week. Good to see him back. Former Patriot as well, might add. Won a Super Bowl in New England. Makes a stop. He's a tackling machine. But yeah, as Pittsburgh's going to call a timeout. So they're going to try to get the ball back here. I mean, if you can't stop them at that rate, yeah, you just let the fucking clock run. Let them do what they want, but you still make stops. Just don't give up a 90-plus yard touchdown drive like they did last week, before halftime as well. And then momentum's gone. Show off the playoff picture. We'll get into that later. So, because they're still in a good spot. They just got to take care of business. I can't state that enough. 2nd and 6 from the 15. Empty set. Zappy looking to throw. Pass caught. 1st down. Gets out of bounds. Clock stops. All right. Keeping 2 timeouts. Try to stop it again here. If you do get the ball back, though, you're probably going to have to go the distance with no time and no timeouts, it looks like. But, yeah, they're talking about the middle linebackers now with the injuries, as I was getting to there a minute ago. They're beat up all over. They can't catch a break with the injuries. I can't state that enough either. But it's still next minute mentality, standard to standard. You play with who you have because you believe in, who you have. That's why you have them on your roster. I mean, it's still Highsmith and Watt coming off the edge with Hayward in the middle. And, good to see Minka return last week, and then he broke his hand, clubbed it, and still played. He had a big tackle earlier tonight coming out of the secondary. 2-minute warning. It's a 2nd down. They still got 2 timeouts. Yeah. They can get a stop the clock, get the ball back, get a field goal touchdown before halftime. They're still right there and truly right back in it. And then they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. So it's just going to depend on what happens here before halftime. It always depends on the situation. That's just life in general. But and even as you think you might have a plan, there's always a plan B. There's always something that happens that you didn't think would. But you roll with the fucking punches as they're rolling with the injuries. Because like I was saying, then offensively from Deontay Johnson to Pat Fairmouth to Kenny Pickett. Defensively, it's been Cam Hayward. Even with, Cole Holcomb calling Alexander out at linebacker for the season with lower body injuries. They've still been banged up in game, and maybe a game or 2 players missed, but then they return. So they've lucked out there, but they still can't catch a break because then Minka went down, was out for a few games. They have Michael Walker playing linebacker with Landon Roberts. Of course, it's still Watt and Highsmith once again coming off the edge, playing on special teams. Middle, it's been with Cam Hayward, Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ogunjobi, and the rookie out of Wisconsin, Keanu Benton, as they have a few Badgers on defense, no doubt about it. But then they re-signed Miles Jack. He's still on the practice squad. I don't get why they haven't elevated him. And then Blake Martinez, the Pokemon master himself, he's still on the practice squad after they signed him. He's been inactive, hasn't played. Joey Porter Jr. is playing a lot more, rookie out of Penn State, and for Levi Wallace, who's still healthy, just getting more reps and less reps, depending on how you look at it. You have Patrick Peterson, DeMonte Casey as well. They have the talent. Boswell's, damn accurate at kicker. And Harvin can, when you need him to at times, boom it away and pin him deep. It's been so far, New England's been winning field position. They capitalized off the turnover. Pittsburgh really doesn't have a running game. Pass. Oh. Incomplete as he looked to have caught it. Stepped out of bounds, but then he caught it. Almost picked off by Pittsburgh. Minka Fitzpatrick, to be exact. 39 there for the Steeler defense. And so it falls incomplete. 3rd and 7. They keep one of the 2 timeouts they probably would have called. Can they get off the field? You call timeout here, get the ball back with the timeout, minute and change to work with, drive and score, cut this lead again before halftime, get the ball back early second half, and voila, you're right back in it. 3rd and 7 from the 35. You figure it out. Pressure, Zappe gets rid of it, it's caught, first down. See, they've been able to get to him, but they can't wrap him up. He's been getting rid of the ball quick. No sacks for him just yet. 3 catches with fucking 2 touchdowns. He's single-handedly, Hunter Henry is beating the Steelers right now. So now they're going to have to, work some clock again here and hope you get the ball back. Depending on what happens on this first down, they got 2 timeouts unless it gets out of bounds. New England's not going to be in a hurry. They still got a minute and a half and 3 timeouts to work with themselves. Now he goes down on the sack. Where was that a play ago? Landon Roberts, the former Patriot, Dolphin once again. Been a big signing for Pittsburgh. Has really become the middle of the defense with as good as he's played. So Landon Roberts takes him down on the sack. Zappe holding his right elbow, so there's something wrong with him. Of course, Mac Jones backing up, then Malik Cunningham out of Louisville. Pittsburgh called the timeout, so 2nd and 20. Minute 18 to play in the half. 2nd and 20, New England from the 33. And they'll run a draw. Tackle for loss. Timeout. So 3rd and longer than what it just was. About 3rd and 21, 3rd and 22. Maybe 3-2-3, but they'll take a split screen commercial break here, get back to the action in about 30 seconds or so. So 3rd and long for New England. Just don't give up a fucking first down. Don't give up 25. They love to fucking do that though. Whatever the down distance is, they give up just enough. Don't give up 25 yards. Clock's going to run unless you can get him out of bounds. Because you have no timeouts to stop the clock. So, 3rd and 21, so don't give up 22 yards. He's bleeding from his right elbow, so we got it rather than a bloody sock in Boston, a bloody sleeve. Not saying Bailey Zappe's Kurt Schilling by any means, but, he does have, 3 passing touchdowns here tonight against the Steelers. So they reset the play clock. Still 3rd and 21 for New England. Just don't give up 22 yards. Get them out of bounds. That's the only way you're going to be able to stop the clock because you have no timeouts. If not, clock's going to run. You'll get it back with... They run a draw. Yeah, that's smart. So 4th down, they'll punt. They'll drain it, call a timeout themselves probably. But now Pittsburgh, I was going to say about 25, 30 seconds probably. They'll get the ball back. And, have the whole entire field to work with. But no time and no timeouts. Unless they can get a couple big chunk plays, explosive play or two to, get them in, field goal range for Boswell after a spark. Delay a game, or do they call timeout? They'll take a delay a game. So clock stops at 29 seconds. Now they'll still kick it, so about 20 seconds, Pittsburgh. Or now they call timeout. Okay. Pittsburgh's still going to get the ball back about 20 seconds, no timeouts. It's either going to be 80 yards or unless there's a shank or 80 plus to work with. Just nothing stupid. They might end up just taking a knee going into halftime because they're getting the ball back. Even still down 11, don't do anything stupid, no turnover on a pick six or anything like that. Oh, God. Calvin Austin was going to let it roll. Then he picked it up, muffed it. Downs. It at the first and 10 for Pittsburgh now, around the 15-yard line or so. Belichick's a good coach when he's pissed off when something went right. But we'll see what Pittsburgh does here. No timeouts. They're just going to take a knee. All right. So now it's going to get chippy. Some pushing and shoving. I'd like to have Broderick Jones by my side, he'd get into trouble. Because he's going to stick up for you. He's gotten a couple unnecessary roughness calls against him this season because of shit he said and, yeah. Just the way it's played out. So they go into the locker rooms. We got the halftime for the next 10 minutes or so. It's 21-10 Patriots. So Pittsburgh's up with getting the ball back to begin the second half. That's right now, really, other than the touchdown we just had, field goal early, I get to cut the lead. The only thing going their way. So we'll see here. Because if they can't cut this lead, or at least do something early third quarter, it's, going to be coming down to the defense and, trying to score late when they could have scored earlier and potentially coming up just short if it works out that way. But if they can get something going, maintain momentum, cut the lead, make a stop, they're right there still. Hard to believe, but they are. But this is just who they are. I mean, there's no in between, man. It's either a slow start or, a fast start. And with the slow start, they're coming from behind, as they are here again. Or it's a fast start, which really isn't a fast start. It's one good thing. And then they hold steady, and then, okay, let's play football again in the fourth quarter. So this game's going to come down to the fourth quarter. One, if they want to win it, for that matter. But then two, first off, they got to get it there if they want to have a chance. But two, it's just that type of game when I said at the start. It's probably going to be a little low scoring. I mean, shit. Remember, over-under was set at 30, which was the lowest in NFL history since 1993, dating back 30 years. They went over that in the first half, 21-10 for 31 total points. So hopefully you had the over if you bet that this evening. But they're still in a good spot, but they got to take care of business. They can't shoot themselves in the foot. And we'll look at stats here in a minute, but from as mentioned earlier, it's just going to be one of those low-scoring, defensive showdowns down to the wire, with what defense is going to bend, doesn't break. Pittsburgh's broke already a little bit, I mean, who had Bailey Zappi with 3 passing touchdowns, 2 of them to Hunter Henry in the first half, let alone the whole entire game? Okay, New England's lost 5 in a row. They're sick and tired of losing. They're 2-10. Pittsburgh's trying to, hold steady, and of course they're 7-5. Even with a loss, they'd still be above 500. But then they, sinking ship, if you will, starting to go downhill from where they were at 6-3. They've lost 2 or 3. It would be 3 or 4 if that would happen, and it's coulda, woulda, shoulda. Then it's take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. Okay. So can they maintain the momentum they have? You know, I mean, they're the last team to score. They get a stop. They're going to get the ball back. I'll take a field goal. I'll take a touchdown early third quarter. Cut the lead. 21-13, 21-17. Be interesting if it's 21-13, they score. Do you kick the extra point or go for two to tie it at 21 then? Or you're down 21-20. Or if you score 2 touchdowns, take a lead, then they're down 3. Truly, this offense, no doubt about it. Trubisky at quarterback. We ain't going to see Mason Rudolph tonight. I don't think at this right now, no. Potentially, we'll see. I mean, it would need a lot for that to happen, I think. And it would start with an injury, but then just more bad play. But then it's going to be too late, So what's the fucking point then? They got to help them out with a run game. So this offense is going to have to make some fucking plays. But this defense with special teams, they're going to have to get back in the field position game. New England's been winning that from the get-go. They're going to have to rely on Boswell to kick them some more field goals, as they always do. But relying on the defense, the defense going to have to win in the game. They are. It's going to be more sacks than you have one. It was right there. Landon Roberts on a first down after a third down that they converted, unless they would have got the ball back with some fucking time, and who knows what would have happened if that sack's the play earlier. But Trubisky, you can't turn the ball over. It's defense. They're going to have to take their shots, but they're going to have to run a run game. I mean, because it's still there for the taking. I mean, you're only down 11. You're not down 50. Okay? They got to get, Deontay Johnson and George Pickens ball more. I get DJ has a touchdown, but the tight end's down the middle of the field, man. Where the fuck's Freiermuth? Seriously. That's what I had said after they fired Matt Canada. Not a hell of a lot's going to change. You still got the same players. It's going to be the same fucking personnel. You got to execute, And then it's, you go from blaming this person now blaming this person because nothing's fucking changed. Well, don't you think you should have went back to fucking, square one before the 0.1, 0.2, to it? Because it's just going to be the same old. It's who they fucking are. It's frustrating. Like this defense. I mean, when you need them to make a stop, they don't. Okay, they do, but I mean, you think about it. As Hunter Henry's single-handedly beating the Steelers right now, 2 touchdowns to him. Pittsburgh has 10 points. Zeke has the other touchdown, of course. I mean, it's a 11-point game, but probably should be a little bit closer. I mean, they've come close to holding for field goals, but then, they're giving up touchdowns. There's going to come a point in time, too, they can't settle for field goals. Even though you take your points, they're going to have to score themselves. Once again, folks, it ain't golf, okay? It's football. It's not the lowest score, it's the highest score, okay? I mean, we'll see if they got. Their backs are up against the fucking wall, just like they, love to be at. And they just love fighting back. Sometimes they come up short. Sometimes, they'll find a way to win, and a win's a win at the end of the day. But, man, just overall, it's frustrating. But you take the 7-5 because it could be a hell of a lot worse, And as I've stated before, because people will say this or that to, move on from so-and-so or whoever, just be careful what you fucking wish for. Because you think it's bad now, it could be a hell of a lot fucking worse. Okay? You know, you got to be grateful. So we'll see how it all plays out. As they're going to talk AFC playoffs. We'll talk about that later once again. And at that point in time, we'll know what has happened tonight. This is the first game of Week 14. We're still going to preview what's still to come this week, along with a recap from last week and a preview of next week as well, with tonight being Thursday night. Steelers and Patriots at halftime, following a short week. New England leading 21-10. New England's next Saturday. Two back in. This is actually the unless somehow they, have a home game in the playoffs. But 5-6, there's a chance. Just depends on what else happens. But they're home tonight, away, and then home again. But that's not a Sunday game; it's a Saturday game. So this past Sunday, as mentioned, then was the last Steeler home Sunday game of the season against the Cardinals. Had 2 weather delays. Hopefully we don't get, one of those coming out of halftime tonight. There's no weather in the area, so we won't. Even though it was snowing again the other day. Hell, it's, late fall, early winter. No weathermen, but football weather, okay? Just perfect. But no, they're home tonight, away next week, home, and then away to end the season. And every game but one on New Year's Eve is against AFC opponents. They go to Seattle on the 31st. So it's taking care of business, As Bachman Turner Overdrive once said, if they can take care of business, whether that's every day or not, they've come up short in 5 of their 12 games, or 7-5. 7 wins by 1 score. That could be all losses. So once again, be careful what you wish for. You take it for what it's worth. They're still in a good spot. Take care of business. They're going to be okay. They'll be fine. Okay, but it's maintaining momentum with this team. It truly is. Once they get it, they can't keep it. So we're going to learn a lot this early third quarter with the momentum that they have, if they can maintain it or not. If not, this game's probably over with. Okay, because you're down. You're not really doing a hell of a lot. You can't make stops. What makes you think you're going to be able to do something then late when you need to? Even if you do, it's going to be too late. Okay? It just is what it is, because it's who they are. They just love fucking playing like this. You would think they would, play different every once in a while. But, oh no. It's just slow as molasses in the wintertime. Coming back late, even with a lead, no, still couldn't come down to the wire. Don't be surprised if it doesn't. So just, I guess we're not walking out on this, good old family, Christmas just yet on Thursday Night Football. As the next home game will be 2 days before Christmas against the Bengals. That's the other thing, too. 2 of the next remaining games are against divisional opponents. So if they'd win those, even lose these other games, somehow get some help, they're still in a good spot. So Bailey Zappe's the first since Tom Brady with 3 first-half touchdowns. Steelers most points allowed in the first half at home since they lost the Browns in the wildcard game back in January 21 at the end of the 20 season. Like I said earlier, here we are at Pearl Harbor, December the 7th. That season in 2020, they lost to Washington. Season went down the drain, lost 5 of 6. That's what I said earlier. Can they sort of go upwards on this date, down the stretch, rather than what they did then? Obviously not, because they're still playing like dog shit. What did Mike Tomlin have to say coming out of the half? One play at a time. Tighter and sharper. Redemption week. Got the ball. Yeah. Now or fucking never. What do you thought? But yeah, 21-10 at halftime. New England's averaging 12 points a game. Pittsburgh 16. So I mean, a little above average. Pittsburgh right on par, if you will. Patriots kick off. When you get a return, you're going to have to because it bounced. From the 10, 15, 16 and a half, 17-yard line. So 1st and 10, Steelers. Come on, boys. What do you got? They got to run the football. Najee Harris, Jalen Warren. Go to your tight ends. Got to take some shots. Get the ball to Johnson and Pickens. But it's maintaining and sustaining momentum. It's one thing at a time. One play, one drive, one quarter. Got another half football to be played. They got to get this game in the 4th quarter. Got to get the crowd into it. They need a spark. Trubisky dumps it off. No gain on the play, though, for Naj. So 2nd and 10. Just, you got to go 80-plus yards or damn near close to it, kick a field goal, Getting nothing ain't going to fucking work. Like, I get they're trying, but, like, man, they just, yeah. From the 17, 2nd and 10. Need a spark. Run a draw. 8 yards or so. 3rd and short. So, I mean, can you convert again? I mean, it's 3rd and 4 officially. Can you convert? It's going to be a lot of boo birds if you don't hear it. Exactly. Identity. They don't have it. They got to find it. 3rd and 4. Maybe some movement. Trubisky down the middle. Caught. 1st down. Fryer move. Hey, what do you know? Get the ball to your tight end down the middle of the field. It works. They get a 1st down. I mean, look at New England, for God's sakes. Both passes to the tight ends down the middle of the field in the end zone, and they were caught for touchdowns. So, I mean, just now work the run game into this, okay? They got to be balanced. They got to be consistent. I'm surprised it's taken me that long to say it, but here we are. Early 3rd quarter. Yeah. Run an end around, and then another reverse. Going the wrong way. Jalen Warren going to stumble and lose about fucking, I don't know how many yards. Too many. Quit trying to get fucking pretty. Go north-south, not this east-west bullshit. Just fucking ridiculous. Are we sure Matt Canada didn't get fired? Or is he somehow still calling fucking plays, from his home? Mike Tomlin. Yeah, hey, Matt, we're going to fire you just so you're fired, but you're still going to be calling plays. 2nd and 17, they run Jalen Warren to the 30. 3rd down. Got to convert. Got to convert. They've had their chances once again. They've shown good signs. They can't put it all together, though. There's no consistency. There's no maintaining momentum. 3rd and 10, empty set. Trubisky Caught. Hayward hurdles. First down. All right. There you go. There's a spark. Keep it up. Keep it up. That's a Pittsburgh Steeler. First down. They'll move the sticks. Yeah, him and Naj love fucking hurdling. Pickett and Warren love to spin. Deontay Johnson and George Pickens bitch when they don't get the football. And Freiermuth, hey, he ain't complaining if he doesn't get it or if he does get it. 1st and 10 from the 40. I mean, I'd be pissed off, though, too, if, you know, you're not playing the way you think you should be playing. Like, I was told a word this past week since this Cardinal game on Sunday with how the Steelers are, and it's being arrogant with arrogance. You know, thinking they're, you know, better than they are. I mean, it is true to an extent. I'm not going to lie. I mean, but they are the Pittsburgh Steelers. But when you're not playing Steeler football and you're playing like the Cleveland Browns or fill in the blank, 2nd and 3, screen, Warren, didn't even wait for his blocker, Noose. Ran right by him and got a first down. He's like, I ain't fucking waiting. They get another first down. So now, hey, they're building. They got to keep it up. You got to capitalize. You got to score. Like, here's a drive. You know? Cutting the lead, getting a stop on defense. You know? Scoring again, you're right there. Get this game into the 4th quarter, I'm telling you. They're going to have a chance. Hand off Warren, just nothing stupid. They can't be shooting themselves in the foot with penalties or turnovers. So 2nd down. Come on, Pittsburgh. Why not take a shot? Why not take a shot? I mean, you hit Deontay Johnson on a go route. Maybe go to the other side and hit Pickens. Work the middle. I'm telling you, work the middle of the field, though. I mean, it's been there at the sticks. I don't know about any deeper than that, but 2nd down and 8, pass, incomplete, and touch for Allen Robinson, 3rd down. All right, can you at least get in field goal range? Be a long field goal, but can you at least get probably, well, if you only get 6 or 7 yards there, you're probably going to think about going for it. Convert. Another empty set. Hard count, they're not jumping. And pressure, he's going to step up, and then he gets sacked. So they'll punt. Just fucking ridiculous. What do we got? Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing. Harvin booms it away. And they can't even down it in the end zone. So it'll be a touchback and 1st and 10 to into the 20. So they took up all that fucking time and nothing. Just pathetic. So what else we got? I mean, they're a 7-win team at 7-5, but losing to a 2-win team, and then you're down to another 2-win team a couple days later. Like, you're at best a 2-win team. You are. Once again, 7-5, 7 wins all by 1 score, 5 losses, 3 of them by 14 or more, other by 10, game-winning field goal. They probably should be winless, let alone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins. You know, but they're 7-5, so you take it. But just Pittsburgh's flat out getting beat again. You know, because they're beating themselves. New England's playing chess while Pittsburgh's playing checkers. They are. You know, they're playing fucking third grade football again. There's no other way to put it. I mean, it started fast, slowed down, heated back up again, but here we are again, going cold, and they're going to have to rely on this defense. The only way they win this game is the defense gets a few stops, turnover 2, and points off of it at this rate. You know, like, this is pathetic. Just absolutely pathetic. So, I mean, if they had a running game, it might be a little bit closer. I mean, okay, they do, but they really don't. There's still a lot of football to play. They're only down 11. Like, they took up half the fucking quarter and got nothing coming out of halftime. Dump off on the screen. Zeke, first down out past the 30. 35 to the 36. Got a flag on the play, maybe. Might be coming back. No. So 1st and 10. Or got an injured Steeler. So, just can't catch a break with injuries. Can't catch a fucking break with injuries. And you can't blame, you know, the injuries on why they suck. You can't. Because even when they've been healthy, they're still playing like this. So they'll take another commercial break. But yeah. This rate again with injuries, who cares? Who gives a shit? You know, you play with who you have. Whether you still suck, you know, whether you're playing better, however it turns out, fucking turns out that way. Like, I'm just amazed on how they have 7 wins. I am. Because they shouldn't. Like, they're not playing Pittsburgh Steelers football. They're not. I get it starts at the top. But as I said earlier, they got to execute. They got to put it all together and figure it out. Whether, you know, they think or you think or whoever thinks this player, that player, so on and so forth better than whoever else. They have the talent. They just got to put it together. Because it's the thing. They play down to their fucking opponent. Like, they act like they've never fucking played football before. You know? And then when they do play well, alright. Playing like a bunch of fucking third graders. That's Pee-wee, if you didn't know. And then, like, truly, like, probably one of the best, let alone worst, high school, college team could probably contend with their ass at this rate with how bad they are. Truly. Might be a little bit of a reach, but you get my point. Like, because they do just, they love to put themselves in these situations. Yeah, they got to keep fighting, but it's a 60-minute game. But still, when you know still how it's going to be, you know, towards the end, you know, what else? Ball batted down, incomplete. And then Pittsburgh has it, but they have thrown a flag on the play. They say incomplete. That's what the penalty is. But got a hold on the Patriots, 10 yards on replay down. Like, truly, the Helen Keller School of the Deaf and Blind could probably contend with the Pittsburgh Steelers at this rate. Yeah. That's where they're at. That's a hold. That's a 10-yard penalty, and that's a replay of the down. So, what is it? 1st and 20 now? Okay. Empty set. And a bubble screen complete. Zeke, more missed tackles, and they finally wrap him up. 2nd down. Come on. They'll run and draw now with Zeke. And 3-4 yards up the middle. So back to his Big Ten football. 3 yards in a cloud of dust from our OHIO State Buckeye. Big 3rd down for Pittsburgh. 3rd and 7. Can they get off the field after taking up all that time out of halftime? Get nothing out of it, and then get off the field a minute or two later and get the ball back, and you're still in the same spot. Can you get off the field? Can you get a stop? Just don't give up 8 yards. 3rd and 7. They bring pressure, and they get to him. Down he goes. Hayward and Ogunjobi. So 4th down, they'll punt. Pittsburgh's going to get the ball back, still only down 11. They got to get another drive going, and they got to score some fucking points. I'll take a field goal. Touchdown's even better, but you got to keep cutting this lead. They got to get this game into the 4th quarter with a chance. Ball going to go out of bounds. We'll see where they mark it at. Looks like a 25, 30-yard line. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 26, they say. 21-10 your score. New England on top with 5:12 to play in this 3rd quarter. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. We'll get back to the action shortly. Yeah, they're going to have to get a drive going. Still nothing stupid. No penalties, no turnovers. Just keep it simple. That's what I'm saying. Where in the hell's run game? I mean, neither team's really run the ball today. They haven't. I mean, it's been the screen game. But they're going to have to take some shots here before too long. They're going to have to get this defense on their heels and get them to break. You know? Like, they need a spark. Because they sort of still have momentum, I mean, because they were able to get off the field. I mean, it's not maintaining it to a full 100%, but it's still on your side. So can they use it to their advantage? Can they move the ball here once again, just like they did, but get something out of it? I mean, if they have a field goal and another field goal here, you're down 5. You know? If you have a combination of both, you're down 1, maybe tie it up. you have nothing and still nothing. You're down the 11-yard. You know, at least get something out of it. Like for them, it's just slow and steady wins the race. It's relying on the defense, and they're gonna continue to have to. But this offense is gonna have to do something. So we'll see who's stepping up. They just got to get everything aligned and on their side. Momentum's still there, but they need another drive. They need a few sparks. They need a scoring drive with a field goal or touchdown, just to not necessarily rejoice, but okay, it's still okay. Like it ain't over. As they're talking about Bill Belichick's future. We'll see what happens. I don't think they should fire him. I mean, he's arguably, one of the greatest head coaches ever. You got to go through the bad times to get to the good times. They did that. They're not going to have to do it again. Pass complete to Pickens, second down, but yeah, he's not going to get fired. He might just retire. I doubt that because he wants the all-time wins record. But yeah, they were saying they can trade him, which they could. That's how he got to New England, yeah. But he's not getting into broadcasting, not at his age. No way. He's at the rate he's going to die on the field, But there's all these possibilities with Bill Belichick, including belting out, living on a prayer at the top of his fucking lungs. 3rd and 6 from the 30. Get a first down. Trubisky caught by Pickens, but he's not going to go anywhere. 2 yards, and that's it. 4th down, they'll punt. Credit New England making a stop. So they're going to get the ball back with a lead. They're going to start running the ball, and they're going to start working clock, and time ain't going to be on Pittsburgh's side. So I was hoping, okay, maybe get another drive going, maybe score some points. Nope. Maybe get him to jump off sides, get a 5-yard offside, and get an automatic first down here on 4th and 3 on the punt, but Bill Belichick team ain't going to do that. So Pittsburgh punts, fair caught at 31. So back to this defense again. Yep. So 1st and 10 now, New England. Yeah, it's the first time they've lost 10 games since his first year in New England, which was 2001. Or 2000, excuse me. And then the 2001 season with Brady coming in, they win the Super Bowl. But this is their worst opening start, 2-10 ever under Belichick. Like, they're bad. As is Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh somehow still has 5 more wins and 5 less losses. Because it could be roles reversed, New England could be 7-5, Pittsburgh at 10-2. Sure, so I'll play like a 2-win team, I can tell you that much. 2nd and 3, they make a stop. 3rd down, can they get off the field? Can they get the ball back? Hey, maybe third time's a charm out of the half, into the fourth quarter then, because all the time that ran by, to get something going. Get back in this game. Cut the lead. Field goal, touchdown. And then it's late fourth quarter, it's coming down to the wire. Like needing the stop of your fucking life and a turnover and capitalize on it to fucking win. Because who knows, this game might come down to a kick. 3rd and 2, they give them a first down. Just from this to that, they do suck. Like, this is as bad as, even though it could be worse. Zappi's pass, picked off. Steelers on the return, 35-30, 25-20 to the 15. There you go. Michael Walker, not Micah, Michael Walker. 58 seconds to go in the third. They're in the red zone, going to try to capitalize off a turnover. Cutting this lead, going into the fourth quarter. Forget what I just said. Even though they do. It's at times, it's situationally with them. Because then it's like, all right, where the fuck was this at, you know? Other times it's, you might as well just not even show up. Off the tip, good coverage by Roberts. Former Patriot on a former Steeler. Landon Roberts, now the Steeler, against Juju Smith-Schuster, the now Patriot. And Walker on the interception return. New England capitalized off the Steeler turnover, scored a touchdown. We'll see if the Steelers can score a touchdown on their own. Hand off Najee Harris. I will take a field goal if it comes down to it, but I'd like to equal out those turnovers with touchdowns. 7 apiece, then you're still down 4. It's giving up one of the other scores unless you have a fucking lead then. And they still have momentum. Somehow, some way. Hell might have froze over, but they still have momentum. Got one more play here at the end of the third quarter. 2nd and 9. They got to score. Yes, they got to punch it in. Trubisky looking at her all day. And then incomplete intent for Freiermuth. They won't say intentional grounding. He was there. Incomplete. 3rd and 9. So 14 seconds to play now in the third. Got to snap it again. And as the boos rain down. I mean, they just got to execute, At least just get a first down. You don't need to score. Just get a first down. And you got a goal to go. So they got like 6 shots to punch it in here. 3rd and 9 from the 15. Trubisky once again looking to throw. Going to step up, avoid a couple sacks, tucks it and runs, slides. He's short though, 4th and 2. And that'll do it for the third quarter. So what do you do now? Take the points, kick field goal. I'd rather be down 8 than 11 into the fourth quarter. Take your fucking points, kick it. At least you get points off the turnover then too. And then you still have momentum on your side. You get another stop or 2 defensively. Drive and score, go for 2, tie this fucker up at 21. Then you put him in your place, okay? I'd kick it. Because you go for it, don't get it. They drive, whether they score or not, take up all the fucking time. Game's over. You're still down 11. You're down 14 then. 18 again if they do score. Kick the field goal and take the points. I get it's conservative, but you got to play smart. I'd rather be down 8 than 11. You know, I'd rather be right there with the points than fucking chasing them later. Like, this is a crucial play. I mean, if you go for it, get it, you end up scoring, okay. Even better. If you go for it, get it, kick a field goal, well, you could have kicked it on fourth down, could have saved yourself some time. If you go for it, though, and don't get it, you know, you're in a tough spot when they're already in a tough spot. So, yeah, that's probably why the Jets are as bad as they are, because Robert Saleh is brushing his teeth on the fucking sideline. Kirk Cousins, you like that with KFC now, too. I saw that one earlier, too. But no, yeah, just, I'd kick it. I'd take the points. I would. I don't know about anybody else, but I'd kick it. I'd take the points. Now, if you miss it, then, well, nothing you can do there. It will say, well, you should have went for it. But then, you know, it's always the narrative. But you still don't know if you're going to get it or not. I mean, he slid, he's short. So it's going to be, yes, I don't know where the ball is at. I think the second line. 2. Or maybe the 8 or 9 yard line. So, you know, do math there, plus, you know, 10 and 7. So, I'd kick it. I'd kick it. Take the points. And as we begin the fourth quarter, 15 minutes to go, they might be walking to the gallows themselves tonight rather than the opponent. They're going to go for it. 4th and 2 to begin the fourth quarter. Down 11. They do snap it. Trubisky looking to throw. Shuffles it. Warren. No. See? That's what I told you. You should have fucking kicked it. Take the damn points. You're down 8 rather than 11. Now the defense needs another fucking stop. You can't even capitalize off a turnover with fucking 15 yards in front of you to score. You go 9 yards and 4 plays and nothing. Yeah, frustration is right. Pickens has right to be fucking pissed off about that. He's wide fucking open in the end zone. They need to take a good, hard fucking look in the mirror. How do you not score any points off of that? Bubble screen far side. And wrapped up after a 2-yard gain by Patrick Peterson, so second down. But this defense can be their fucking stop for him. I mean, what more can you ask? They're doing literally everything for you. Might as well put the fucking defense out there on offense to be playing better. Second and 7. With Juju in motion. Remember, he's not a Steeler anymore. He's a Patriot. Handoff Zeke. And 3rd and short coming up. They'll convert. If they don't, okay, they pin Pittsburgh deep. They got to drive. You're still down 11. You kick a fucking field goal there. Touchdown will tie it with a 2-point. It's you know, talking to the refs. What the fuck y'all up to today? Really, it's to the team now. I mean, seriously, what the hell you doing? 3rd and 2 from the 15. And that's a hold. Zappi's pass picked off again. No, they say incomplete. So they get off the field, quick 3 and out. Going to get the ball back. But just think, those 3 points would be big right now. Should have kicked it. I thought he picked it off. Right through his hands. Joey Porter Jr., and then he fell to the ground out of bounds. Ooh, they blocked the punt. They blocked the punt. So now they got a short field. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh at the 26. Miles Killebrew again. He blocked it against Baltimore. They came back and won. That ended up being a safety. There's your spark. Back-to-back defensive drives. They get an interception. The offense can't do shit with it. Just think now. They have that fucking field goal. I mean, New England's not in the short field, but then they block it on the punt. It went forward rather than backwards. So, I mean, it'll go down as a blocked punt, but it's a shank because it was tipped. And it's Steeler ball, 1st and 10 at the 26 now. You got to score off of this. You don't do anything with it again. You might as well fucking just go home. You might as well just quit now if you don't score, okay? You got to score. You've had your chances. Now's the time to fucking put it all together. Dot your I's, cross your T's, and fucking score. Out of the gun, they'll hand off. Draw to Najee to the 20. 2nd down. Keep giving it to him. Run the damn ball and punch this sucker in. You got to score off of this. But that's the exact spark they needed. What are you doing, big dog? Come here, buddy. Huh? You lay down there? All right. 2nd and 4. Telling you, tight ends. Where's Freiermuth? Where's Hayward? Where's Washington at? Just nothing stupid. Do not fucking turn it over. Fake the give, roll out, complete Washington. Darnell Washington, rookie out of Georgia, inside the 10. 1st and goal. Run it. Telling you, run it. Give it to Warren. Just don't get special. Just keep it simple. Fucking score. You gotta fucking punch this in and score. You can't get another 4th down, 4th and goal. Go for it. Don't get it. Of course, fucking play clock's winding down. They don't get it off. Gotta call a timeout. Just fucking stupidity. And they'll wind and stick with it. I don't know if they wanted the play clock reset or not, and then didn't get it, but they got to burn a timeout because, play clock was winding down. So, just... Before too long, they keep playing like this, somebody's going to have to be held, responsible. I mean, it's really responsibility, accountability. It's overall just fucking frustration. But 1st and goal. Come on. Trubisky in the end zone, incomplete. Flag. Ball's going to be spotted at the 1 since it occurred in the end zone. 1st and goal. Pittsburgh at the 1 as it was intended for Freiermuth. Fell incomplete, but a DPI. So since foul occurred in the end zone once again, ball's going to be spotted at the 1 yard line. Get up there and fucking sneak it. You got 4 shots to punch it in. Run the goddamn ball. Thank you. That's a good call. You got to score. Ain't going to matter if you don't fucking score. 76. Chooks is eligible. No legal formation. I mean, how many times can it happen until you fucking figure out what you're doing wrong? You can only help somebody so fucking much. First and goal. They'll run a... Oh! Jesus Christ. Are we sure Matt Canada is still not calling plays? They run a jet sweep to the tight end, Connor Hayward, who then threw it to Darnell Washington, but it gets batted down incomplete. I mean, it would have been a touchdown if he would have lobbed it up there a little bit better, and New England doesn't bat it down. But that's why I said, don't get fucking special. Second and goal, they'll sneak it. Touchdown. Thank you. Run the damn ball. Just think if they have that field goal. 4th and 2, they go for it rather than kick it. Have a field goal there. You go for 2 here. You're tied at 21. They're going to go for 2 here again anyway to make it a 3-point game at 21-18 rather than just kick the extra point 21-17. So you better have a fucking, good 2-point play per sleeve. I mean, that tight end pass might have been something there for a 2-point play. Now you're just going to be back to basics because you just ran your trick play. So a 2-point try for the Steelers here, 11:44 to play. It's 21-16. This to make it a 3-point game. Out of the gun with 3 receivers near side. Pickens in motion. And Trubisky looking his way. Caught. Freiermuth. We got ourselves a 3-point game. 2-point try is good. It's 21-18. Patriots on top of the Steelers. Once again, just imagine, though, they have the field goal on 4th and 2. Would have been about a 30-yard kick, I think, from Boswell, if I'm not mistaken, if they didn't go for it on 4th and 2. I mean, okay, then you play field position. Who knows if they block the punt then or not. But then they capitalize off the block punt rather than the interception. Score, go for 2, get it. You're down 3. You still have momentum on your side. It's time to wave those terrible towels. Oh, mama, New England's, going to be in a tough spot if they can't, capitalize and get a few first downs and quiet this crowd. Yeah, because the long arm of the law is going to be out to get them here. If Pittsburgh defensively can make a stop or 2. It's their game to lose at this right now. It is. I didn't think I'd be saying that tonight with the way the game's played out, but here we are. It's just a wave of emotions watching the Steeler game, up and down, all over the place. Saying stuff here, saying stuff there, whether, should have said it or not. You win, none of it fucking matters, okay? You lose, well then, you start to think. Of course, lose, say little, win, you say less, but here we go again. And here we go, Steelers. Because you think about it, they win, they're 8-5, they lose, they're 7-6. And then depending on what else happens this weekend, they might be on the outside looking in. That's the thing. Take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. You don't have to fucking worry, because you're still going to be in a good spot. So momentum's on their side. They need a defensive stop. And there you go. And Styx is in attendance, I might add as well. Yeah. They sang the national anthem. So, Renegade. We'll see if it strikes again. Come on, defense. Let's go. It is their game to fucking lose. They need one of, if not the biggest stop of the game, let alone the season. Because, like I said, you win, you get to 8-5. You're okay. You lose, you're 7-6. It's still coulda, woulda, shoulda. But momentum. And tonight, ever since halftime, they've been able to maintain it. So yeah, Steelers football. Make a stop defensively. It's pressure into a turnover. Stopping the fucking run. Elliott gets pushed out by Herbig. Gets 9, maybe 10 enough for first down, but going to be short. Second inches, it looks like. So just, yeah, can they get another stop? You know, field goal then ties it. Touchdown takes the lead. Maybe get another stop, and that's enough, and you hold on to win. So, yeah, don't let Juju or Hunter Henry's gone quiet. He had a couple touchdowns in the first half. Jaceki, nothing tonight. Handoff, no gain. See the spot. Be a first down. Okay. 10:56 and counting to play. Steelers have 2 timeouts. Why don't they have 3? Oh, that's right. They had to burn one there on the as the play clock was winding down. Minnesota got a delay game call on. That's right. Okay, so they got 2 left plus a 2-minute warning. But don't let a former Steeler beat you like you had happen last week. Misdirection on the snap. Probably should have been sacked, and then they wrap him up. T.J. Watt, quiet night. Of course, he was banged up earlier, but, I mean, it's a team effort. You know, you win, you lose as a team. I mean, they still need somebody to step up, no doubt about it, but yeah, he's normally coming off the near side. He came off the far side then. And still no gain in the play, 2nd and 10, but 2nd and 11, excuse me. Actually do lose yard. Empty set from 35, 2nd and 11, but Zappy, that's a hold. 62, holding. 10 yards, replay the down, but no penalty. 3rd down. Come on, defense. Let's get another stop. They'll bring 5, pass, far side, complete Juju, but he's short. He is short. 4th and a half a yard. They gonna punt? Do not jump off sides and watch for a fake. But now it's time for the offense. Hey, put up or shut up. If not now, when? Need a drive. How about an 8.5-minute touchdown drive to fucking win it? New England punts it. Just nothing stupid. Down in the end zone for a touchback. I was going to say, if you return that from the fucking end zone, you're fucking crazy. You'd probably go down as the first ever NFL player in history to have a 100-plus yard punt return for a touchdown. If you get there, not a kickoff return. So 1st and 10 Steelers from the 20, down 3. Need a field goal to tie. So even touched field goal earlier, went for it, instead didn't get it. Got the block punt, and then they scored off of it, got the 2 as well, down 3 now, 20-18. They're still okay. So, yeah, an 8-minute touchdown drive would be nice. Running game right now would be nice. Nothing stupid, no penalties, no turnovers right now would be nice. Like, go fucking find a way to win this game. Don't go and lose it. Go and win it. Okay? Go and win it. We'll see if Trubisky's got any moxie. We'll see if he can lead them down the field and at least tie the game up. So I was saying earlier, let's get this game to the fourth quarter. Could be the best chance to win. Here we are. So, if not now, when? But we're either going to be real happy in about 8.5 minutes of football time, or we're going to be really pissed off. There's no in between. And with how they play, from even with a little bit of a fast start, and then nothing until late, just who they are. So. Great googly moogly. Who are the chefs? I think we all need fucking something to snack on, or especially drink after this game. But see, New England, they're playing how Pittsburgh normally plays with a lead. They're trying to hold on. They have not scored. They are getting shut out this second half. They have not scored since Hunter Henry's second touchdown. So 8:24 to play. Steelers with a 1st and 10 and 2 timeouts and a 2-minute warning, down 3. Field goal ties. Touchdown if you go on an 8-minute drive. Touchdown could win it then. Dump off to Naj near side. So, second down and about 6. Balance. Consistency. The fuck's going on? All right. Get the right personnel. 2nd and 6. Work the middle of the field. I'm telling you, go to your tight ends. You know, Deontay Johnson has a touchdown earlier. You know, George Pickens next to nothing tonight. Low snap. Dump off on a screen. Oh my God. Yeah. How the fuck did they not turn that over? 3rd and 5. This thing, nothing stupid. Quit fucking forcing the ball. I mean, you run a screen into everybody up from the line, for God's sakes, because they shipped it. You follow the ball. He rolled out. You follow him. You throw the screen. Everybody's there. Yeah, they're lucky. And that's an understatement. 3rd and 5. Trubisky caught Freiermuth, but he's going to be short. 4th and a yard. If he even caught it. If they say incomplete, it's 4th and 5. 4th and a yard of the 29. So if you go for it, don't get it. They got a short field. Pittsburgh's going to punt. Well, they're going to have to, as the clock stops for the time being, they're going to have to disagree with it for the time being. Pittsburgh with a timeout. Why? 4th and inches. All right, they're going to think about it. I mean, if you punt, you pin them deep, you still need another stop. Yeah, exactly. I don't get the timeout. You just fucking cost yourself a timeout. So they got 1 left plus 2-minute warning. That's it. And then, yeah, the thing is, if you get it, okay, drive says life. You don't get it, though. They got a short field. Touchdown, you're down 10. Field goal, you're down 6. You still need to get the ball back and score. They're going to go for it rather than punt. And with 7:13 to play, 4th and inches, you're down 3, but you're going for it, you're on 30-yard line. You don't get it, game might be over. They'll sneak it. He gets it. All right, 1st down. Move the sticks. More momentum. Keep it, okay? Yeah, no shit, they love it now. It's the thing. When everything's going good, you know, crickets. Something goes wrong, hell's on fire. Seriously, like, There's no in between on that either. There's not. It's just how it is. There's if you know, you know. There's no way to explain it. 1st and 10. Trubisky, far side, caught. Pickens for 7, maybe 8. 2nd and short. Just nothing stupid. Nothing fucking stupid. Do not, I swear to God, do not turn the ball over. Because if they do, game's over. Unless somehow they'd get the ball back again real quick and score. Because time's ticking. Tick-tock. 2nd and 3. And they'll run a bubble screen. Pickens near side. No gain in the play. 3rd down. They might have gave him a half a yard. But still going to be 3rd down and about 3. Got to convert. Got to convert. I would assume so, yes. Yeah, time's not going to be on their side unless they can drive and score and win it with no time left. I want to tie it up. 3rd and, 3. And Trubisky, no. And he throws it away. Incomplete. 4th down. And now they'll punt, but now time ain't going to be on their side. And they only got 1 fucking timeout to stop the clock. Guess what New England's going to do? Fucking run the football. They're going to work clock, and guess what's going to come back to bite Pittsburgh in the ass? Not fucking kicking it when they should have on 4th and 2. They got it, or they didn't get it, blocked the punt, then still scored, got the 2 after. Oh shit, they jumped off sides. So New England just did what New England never does. And 4th and 3 on a 5-yard penalty, that's an automatic 1st down for the Steelers. And Belichick's like, what the fuck just happened? Besides himself. Unless they say false start. And now they say false start, of course. I don't know about that. You can't review a penalty, though. I don't know about that. So 4th and 8, they definitely got a punt now. A false start on the center. Yeah, that happens all the time. And that's the Steelers' first fucking penalty of the game. Like, they've played smart in that regard, no penalties, but then the biggest, one exactly, and the crucial point just fucking cost them. God damn. So now they punt. Got to get another stop defense. Sorry, but they're flying away too damn much. 4:58 to go. How was that a false start? Yeah, Danny Smith fucking torn pec and all. Now the special teams coach giving the refs an earful. That was an offside. They say movement though up front. It could have went either way. Can't review it because it's a penalty. So rather than 1st down, it's 4th and 8, they punt. So the defense needs another fucking stop for them. Defense needs another stop. They truly need like a defense touchdown. That's what they need. Or at least offensively put in a good position. With the short field to work with. Kick a field goal to tie it. Because if they, with only 1 timeout, 2-minute warning, give up a couple 1st downs, as New England's going to run the ball and work clock, so they're going to be punching it out, hoping for a fumble. New England gets this under 2 minutes, game's over. And then it's, going to come back to bite Pittsburgh in the ass on going for it on 4th and 2 when they should have kicked it. Because then afterwards, I get the short field, you block the punt, you score, you go for 2, you cut it to 3. Who knows if they block the punt then after the fact or not. Say they do, because they did. You kick the field goal before it. You're tied at 21 right now. You know, at least you have that. At least you're not down. But they've been playing from behind all game. You know, they're down 7-0. Then it was 7-3. Then it was 14-3. Then it was 21-3. Of course, 21-10. Should have kicked it to begin the 4th quarter. 21-13. Don't get the block punt, score off of it, go for 2, get it. 21-18 is where we stand. Under 5 minutes to play now, though. So, defense needs to stop. We'll pull up some final stats and scores once this game goes final. I know we really haven't got to them as much as we normally would tonight. That's on me, so sorry about that. But we'll dive into anything and everything with the Steelers and the NFL a little bit later on, so stay tuned. But 1st and 10, New England from the 16-yard line. Hand off to Zeke. They're just going to feed them, yeah, exactly. Work clock. So Pittsburgh is going to have to get a stop and get the ball back and hope there's time left and get in field goal range to tie it with a field goal below them. You know, score a touchdown to win it. Just frustrating. You know, because once again, they've had their chances. They've had numerous chances. Like, really, 2nd and 6, another 3 yards or so, 3rd down. They got to get up the field. They go at 1st down, the 1st down. Timeout, 2-minute warning. Probably ain't gonna fucking matter. I mean, it might, depending on what else happens. New England have to get at least 1 first down here, if not 1 more, and then maybe 2. But 3rd and a long 2. Draw. No, they stuff them. Defense gets off the field, another quick 3 and out. Just don't jump off sides. Or don't let there be a flag. It's clear a false start, but then they say offsides. 4th and a yard. Force a punt. I'm telling you, watch for a fake, though, but they'll kick it. Just don't jump off sides. Get the ball back, and they still got life. They're dogs when they win. Of course, cats when they lose. Even in all these games, they got 9 lives. Fair catch at the 26. So they got 74 yards to work with. 2 minutes and 44 seconds, a timeout and 2-minute warning, needing a field goal to tie and a touchdown to win. They win, they get to 8-5. They lose, they drop to 7-6. Turnover, the game's over. So don't do that. But it's time to work. Let's go. Let's clock in and at least go tie this game up, get it to overtime, or, find a way to fucking win. From the 27 officially. So only 73 yards. Trubisky down the middle, high, incomplete. 10 for Fryman with 45. Just through his hands, incomplete, 2nd and 10. He had him too. Yeah. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. Come on. It is there for the taking. Grab the bull by the horns. And put these Patriots in a spot where they're saying the British are coming. Even though Pittsburgh was a British city. Dump off on the screen. Of course, Fort Pitt Pittsburgh. Najee Harris, first down. December football, time to unleash hell. Go find a way to win this game. First and 10 at the 41. Probably the final play before the 2-minute warning. Far side, high, incomplete. 10 for Deontay Johnson, so second down and 10. Now one more play before the 2-minute warning again with 2:09 to play. Still got still got some time here, 2:09 to play. A timeout, not two. Probably should have two. Let alone three. Remember, the first was because the play clock was winding down. The second one was, okay, they decided to go for it, got it, but then they still had to punt. So you'd like to have those back. But use a sideline, okay? It's your friend. It's going to stop the clock. Second and 10 from the 41 with 2:09 to play. They're down 3. Far side, caught. Johnson gets out of bounds. So third and short with 2:05 to play. So they'll have to snap it again before the 2-minute warning. So got a timeout. So they're chipping away at it. Watch out for a deep ball. Don't be surprised they chuck it deep here. But I'm saying, hey, yeah, work this clock, get in field goal range, tie it, score and win. Make sure they don't have any time left. 3rd and 2, empty set with 2:05 to play. And Trubisky down the middle, high, incomplete. And the clock's going to stop again. We're still not at the 2-minute warning. 2:01 to play after the incompletion, 4th and 2. Why not check it down far side in the flat? Looked like he had a man open at the first down marker. They got to go for it, for one. But, yeah, this is it because they don't convert. 2-minute warning is going to stop the clock. That's a timeout for them. But then you only have one timeout to stop the clock. New England can just kneel it out. So here's your ball game, folks. Steelers convert. Game rolls on. Yellow on the audible. Play clock's winding down. They barely get it off. But they don't convert. Game's over. They go deep on 4th and 2. Deontay Johnson incomplete. No flag. What'd I just say? Watch out for the deep ball. Don't go fucking deep, though, on 4th and 2. Get 3 yards. I mean, come on. And it's going to come down to the fucking field goal they didn't kick. Even with everything else that happened tonight, that's why they lose. Or at least game's not tied, But overall, they lose because they, feel like they can play like this all the fucking time and still be in it, which 9 times out of 10 they are, but they got to figure out a way to win these games, not lose them. 6-3 now to 7-6. They're going to lose 3 of 4. So they're in a fucking drought. Just frustrating. Even with a timeout, you're at the 2-minute warning now. New England's going to take over. They can kneel it out. Game's over. And they wanted a penalty. They're not going to get that. 4th and 2, there's no reason to throw it 20 yards downfield. Get 3, 5 yards. Like, it's just not one thing. It's everything. Like, you can blame this or blame that. But when it continues to happen after the fact, it's bigger than that. And now, I'm not saying to fire anybody else by any means, but because you don't know how good you got it. You truly don't. Because it could be a hell of a lot worse. And they just gotta play better. They gotta execute. Of course, something's got to change. But now they're going to lose to 2 different 2-10 teams in the span of less than a week. Both games at home. You know, they're going to be 7-6 when they could be fucking like 9-4 or 8-5. Just, yeah. They can get the ball back 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Yeah, really. False start. Yeah, false start on New England, 1st and 15. Hey, still first down. You can't decline it on first down. It's still going to be first down. Clock's still what it was. Yeah, 4th and 2, you throw it deep. Oh my God, he had him on the slant. I mean, you did it on 3rd down, not 4th down. Just, they're not playing good. So 3rd and final timeout for the Steelers, the $1:51. 2nd down coming up. Got a 3rd down, 4th down when the clock's running. Yeah, they might get the ball back with less than 30 seconds. Like, push comes to shove, enough's going to be enough. I mean, this is probably as dark as it's been for the Steelers in quite a while. I mean, you lose to 2 different 2-win teams in the span of less than a week, both games at home. And that'll do it because Zeke just got a 1st down. And they can't stop the clock, so now they can knee it out. And it's the fucking field goal to begin the 4th quarter. Should have kicked it on 4th and 2. They have that. You're tied at 21 right now. I mean, okay, you would have hoped to work some clock. You're hoping not to give a game-winning field goal, game-winning touchdown here. You know. But, yeah, Belichick happy about that. Now they're going to review the previous play for whatever fucking reason when they don't need to. Yeah. But even with that, like, they still didn't do enough, you know, good to win. They do it to themselves. They play down to their opponent. I can't state that enough. Like, this is fucking pathetic. Like, it's getting to the point, even though we'll still be here. So be sure to tune back in next Saturday. Just hopefully they can get some help, you know. Because they'll still be fine at that rate. But it's getting to the point that, you know, don't know how much more, you know, you can take of it. But and they're in a tough spot because with a backup quarterback. But there's a lot of other teams like that, and they're playing okay. Why can't you? But no, nothing's going to change. It's the same old Steelers. Doesn't fucking matter. It's just who they are. And, yeah, everybody has a fucking right to be pissed off and frustrated now. I mean, you thought it was hot, a short, so 3rd and short, clock's gonna fucking run. Okay, they'll put a bunch of time back on the clock rather than 122, it's 146. And then a 10-second runoff, so 136. Or the play clock is 30, excuse me. So still 146 with 30 on the play clock rather than 40. But yeah, they're going to fucking drain this play clock. Call timeout. So 3rd and short, get a 1st down, game's over. Knee it out. Okay, they do takes 10 seconds off. I thought so. 136. So now they can go to 106 once they'd wind the clock with the play clock winding down, call timeout, and yeah, third down, and it doesn't fucking matter. But yeah, they do it to themselves, and that's what I was saying. You think, you know, it's been hot about, well, how bad they've been playing. Oh, buddy, just fucking wait. It's going to get even hotter. Not a seat, okay? But just overall, I mean, you got to give the New England. You got to give the fucking Cardinals, too. Two different two-win teams coming to Pittsburgh. Tough place to play. Good or bad, Pittsburgh's playing. They still go in and fucking win. You know, and now you're at the point in time for the Steelers. The season's starting to get spoiled. You know, and it's going to be another 3-point loss. Just think the other 3-point loss is a win. This 3-point loss is a win. You're what? Yeah, 9-4. But it's coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know. 3rd and inches. And they sneak it, but no, they stuff them. No. 4th down. So they'll drain the clock, call timeout, unless they end up going for it, get a first down. Games for sure over then. Or Pittsburgh jumps off sides. Steelers are still going to have a shot to get the ball back here with probably about 10, 15 seconds left, like I was saying. They can kick a field goal. Yeah, go up 6. Pittsburgh then needs a touchdown to win. No, they're going to punt. Okay. So 22 seconds to play. Steelers can get the ball back. Still down 3, 21-18. So they'll punt. New England to punt. Pittsburgh active to receive. Yeah, what the hell is going to happen here? 30 years. And they hit it in the first half. New England's going to win this game without fucking scoring in the second half, too. Jesus Christ. Yeah, don't jump off sides. Don't run or rough them either. They'll sky punt it. Coffin corner it. And 15-yard line, 15 seconds. You got 2 plays if you get out of bounds. So what's Trubisky do? I mean, he's probably going to throw an interception if I'd have to guess. I mean, you're going to be playing pitchy, woo-woo, hook and ladder here. But Thursday Night Football is going to come down to the fucking final play of the game again. I mean, if you can get in field goal range somehow, that's going to be tough with, no timeouts to tie it. Okay, there's that. But Trubisky complete. Deontay Johnson out of bounds. 7 seconds. Oh, wait. Do you have something, I don't know, where are they at now? Yeah, can you get something deep and out the sideline and get Boswell out there with like a second to kick a tying field goal at 21 as time expires somehow? You're at the 36-yard line, so you need, that's going to be tough. Yardage to time, and ain't going to equal out. Down the middle, first down, and then he fumbled it. And then New England, no, the clock runs out anyway. New England recovers. Game's over. Unless they say incomplete, well, fucking clock's gonna expire anyway, so. Final score, Patriots beat the Steelers 21-18. New England's now 3-10. Steelers are 7-6. They've lost 3 of 4. Post-game handshakes with the 2 longest active tenured NFL head coaches with their respective team, and Bill Belichick and Mike Tomlin. Patriots don't score at all in the second half and still win. Steelers are the first over 500 team in NFL history to lose consecutive games. Both the teams at least 8 games under 500. That's not a stat you want to be a part of right there. As they lose in back-to-back games on a short week, both at home, to 2 different 2-10 teams in the Arizona Cardinals and New England Patriots. So if that doesn't say you're not 7-6 or you are 7-6 and you're playing like a fucking 2-win team because you're losing to 2-win teams, then I don't know what does, man. It's fucking pitiful. Absolutely fucking piss poor, pathetic. Whatever fucking word you want to use to describe them. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they flat out fucking suck. I hate to say it, but they do. So post-game coming up for them, just frustrating. Very fucking frustrating. 20 after 11. You know, they kick a field goal on 4th and 2 rather than go for it. They have it. You're tied at 21. Who knows what happens from there? It really would have been 21-13. They got a blocked punt, then scored and went for 2 and got it. You still would have had a tie game then, but you would have been trying to not give up a game-winning field goal, game-winning touchdown. Still got the ball back. Still had a fucking chance somehow. Feel so fucking bad for this defense. But then again, they gave up more points than the offense scored. You know? Feel bad for Boswell. Feel bad for myself personally. I feel bad for all of Steeler Nation. I mean, just a fucking letdown. Because it's frustrating as all hell. Like, how in the hell do you think you can play like this and win? Okay, you've won 1 more game than you've lost now at 7-6. You should be fucking winless, though. Hate to break it to you, but you should be fucking winless. Because all 7 wins by 1 score. Shit goes sideways there, they lose. Or don't lose it, or don't win as many. You know? 6 losses now. 2 of them by 3 score. Had 3 blowout losses by 14 or more, and then a 10-point loss as well. And then the playoffs. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? They play like this, they ain't gonna be in the fucking playoffs. Let alone, yeah, they'll need to win 2 more games to have a winning record. Oh, well, that's perfectly fine then, though, at the end of the season. I think I've probably had it with that. I have. Like, it's put up or shut up time. You know, backs up against the wall. Push comes to shove, something's got to give. You know, like enough's enough at some points in time. You know, like they got to wake the fuck up and realize what the fuck they're just not doing to themselves. Don't want to say all of us, but, or you guys, audience tuning in and watching, so thanks once again, but like, you can't play like this and be successful, even though it's worked out in their favor before. It's not good long term. Like, eventually meaning sort of now from years past, it's caught up to them, and it's biting them in the ass. And it's just not biting them, it's fucking biting them. Like, whatever small to large animal you want to fucking use. Um, they do it to themselves. Deserve to fucking lose again. You know? And that's why I said, you thought the talk about how bad they've been playing has been hot. Oh, buddy, just wait. It's going to get a hell of a lot hotter. You know? It just started to fucking sizzle. Now it's steaming. Heinz Field Acrisure Stadium might not be fucking left standing the next time they have a home game in 2 weeks. Okay? They go to Indianapolis, who's a damn good team. Also at 7-5. Could be 8-5. Both teams could be 7-6 in 2 weeks, depending on what else happens this weekend. We'll see. They're going to need some help. But yeah, they go to Indy next Saturday. Of course, they won there on a Monday night last year. You know, as I was saying earlier, normally Patriots Steelers, you know, damn good matchup. A damn good game tonight with the way it played out, down the wire again. Who would have thought that, though? I mean, that's just a Steeler game for you in general, but now it's next week. Another big, you know, revisited rivalry, if you will, with the Steelers and Colts as they'll head to the Heartland. I mean, because it was always Roethlisberger and Brady, and then Roethlisberger and Manning, you know. And from Mitch Trubisky, because Kenny Pickett's hurt, to Bailey Zappi tonight and Mitch next week. Maybe it's Mason Rudolph. Maybe it's somebody else. To Gardner Minshew and his, you know, Minshew mania magic. You look at it, though. They lose by 3. They didn't kick a field goal on 4th and 2. Trubisky threw an interception. They scored off of it. There's your difference, folks. That's why they lost. Even though they still played like shit and they had a chance to win, overall, that's why they lost. Even though they started slow, you know, and had to battle back. You know? It's just frustrating. Like, I don't even fucking feel bad for him anymore. I don't. Even though I do, I don't. And I shouldn't be saying that because I'm a lifelong Steeler fan, but... And the thing is, too, it ain't going to get any fucking easier. Even with taking care of business, you still might need help now. You know? But if you take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. Maybe you get the help, maybe you don't. You should still be in a good spot. I mean, I get it's one game, but it's 2 games back-to-back on a short week, both at home. Not away, not neutral site, or split for that matter. But playing down to your opponent again and losing to 2 different... I get it's the NFL, and anything can happen on any given day, okay? That's just National League for you, okay? I'm not fucking stupid. I mean, it's a big win for the Patriots, no doubt about it. It's a big win for the Cardinals on Sunday. But you lose to 2 different 2-10, not 10-2. 2 different 2-10 with only 2 wins and 10 losses. Okay, put that in perspective for you. They've lost more than they've won. Pittsburgh's 1 game short of that to be 500. They've lost to 2 different 2-win teams. Not in the same season. Yes, it's the same season. Not in the same month. Yes, it's the same month. But in back-to-back weeks on a short week, in the span of from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, here we are Thursday night. Okay? New England didn't fucking care. They're on a short week too, and they came out and beat your ass. You know, some more power, more credit to them. Just mind fucking blowing. And they should do us all a fucking favor. Rather than shooting themselves in the foot, aim it a little higher and put us all out of our fucking misery. Because the Pittsburgh Steelers that we've seen lose games like this, yeah, when you win, a win's a win. It quiets for a little bit. It's still the same thing, though. It doesn't fucking matter. Aren't the Pittsburgh Steelers that we know them to be, even though this is who they are. And at the end of the day, we live with it. You know, one way or another, we live with it, okay? You know, they're fucking family, for God's sakes, if you're a part of Steeler Nation. You know, you're bleeding black and gold. So, it's just frustrating. There's no other way to put it. It's just frustrating. It could be a hell of a lot worse, though, because they should be winless, let alone below 500. But they're still, how in the hell they're above 500 beats me. You know. Here's Mike Tomlin's post-game press conference. See what he's got to fucking say. No shit, you got a lot to work on. And you guys didn't get anything off of theirs. That's what I was saying earlier. To even that out, it would have helped. The field goal, they didn't kick on 4th and 2. They could have got points off that turnover, I might add. And then the Trubisky interception leading to New England points. Yeah, that was the difference in the game tonight. You know, they still play like shit. Disappointing, frustrating, embarrassing again. You know, they're going to call for Tomlin's head. And if it gets any hotter and they keep playing like this, then, yeah, no shit, you didn't make plays. Then we have that discussion then. I'm not going to get into it now. Because, here's the questions. You play to win. They went for the 4th and 2. Of course, didn't get it. Got the blocked punt, but they then scored and got the 2 off of it. But that field goal would be nice. I mean, you're tied at 21 then. So I said kick it. Issues stopping Zappy in the first half. Well, they only sacked him once. Sacked him maybe twice or 3 times total the whole entire game. I mean, yeah, remember the other thing too, yeah, that penalty, they said false start rather than offside. Yeah, another slow start. Another slow start. Correct mix. I mean, it's been battling injuries. It's still who you have, and you still got to execute. Next opportunity, looking ahead next week already. They got a lot to fucking work on, man. They got a lot to fix. He says, we'll be back. All right there, Terminator. No fucking shit. This is what we do, and this is who we are. Losing to 2 different 2-win teams. You don't fucking say. I could have told you that fucking much. I've been telling you that much. This is who they are. Man, just... at that point, you know, lost the fucking words because just fucking pissed off. And sometimes it's just better off not to say anything. Even though I've said what I've said. Like, this can't keep up for much longer because it's now starting to, you know, come back and bite them in the ass, as I was saying earlier. You know, it's caught up to them. I'm not saying whatever it takes, but like I said, we'll have that discussion a little bit later on if this keeps up. They're just in a slump right now. They've lost 3 of 4. Because if they've won 3 of 4, from 6-3, they're 9-4, not 7-6, and they're even in a better spot than they are now, and we're not having any discussion about this at all. But that's the thing, losing fucking sucks. Lose, you say little, so we'll say little. Win, you say less. We ain't saying less because they didn't win, they lost. It's just frustrating. And that's what I was saying with, okay, 3 of their next 4 are on the road, I might add. Maybe I guess they need to go on the road and find a way to win those games rather than at home. I don't know. Because they go to Indy next Saturday, host Cincinnati 2 days before Christmas, and then they go to Seattle and Baltimore to end the regular season. They're in the playoffs, then they're in the playoffs. If they're not, it's, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Who knows if it's a winning season at that point either. We got a lot to talk about, though, still. We do. So, you just look at the overall standings. 5 seed entering tonight as they were Sunday, even with the loss, and then, got some help. They're going to need a bunch of help to, stay put, let alone, still try to take care of business themselves. If not, it's, coulda, woulda, shoulda again, There's no other way around it. There's not. At this rate, the division's out the door. The only way they make the playoffs is as a wild card, 5, 6, 7 seed, okay? They're 3 games below Baltimore now. With 5 games left, they still got to play 2 divisional opponents in Cincinnati and the Baltimore Ravens, who they've already beaten once apiece. They split with the Browns, of course, but they're going to need some help then, And with the loss tonight, they actually just fell out of the playoffs. They went from a 5 seed to the 8 seed. Of course, other 7 and 5 teams have yet to play, though, this week yet, because Pittsburgh on a Thursday night loses 21-18. And 2 of the 3 7 and 5 teams that are in front of them, they've already lost to. Split the Browns, but they lost, the other one, and they lost to the Texans. They go to the Colts next week. And then teams behind them at 6 and 6, let alone 5 and 7. Patriots, like I said, they need to win out and get a bunch of help to make the playoffs at 7 and 10. They're 3 and 10 now with a win. Dead last in the AFC. Normally they're top of the AFC. They're dead last. We'll see what Bill Belichick's future holds. Titans at 4 and 8. Jets at 4 and 8. Season's probably over with, especially with one more loss. Okay, and then Aaron Rodgers, is he coming back? Who knows? Who really cares? But then even the Raiders and Chargers at 5 and 7, are still there. Okay, but it's the 6 and 6 teams now, let alone the 7 and 5 teams Pittsburgh's got to worry about, because there's really no chance at winning the AFC North now. With 5 games left, or 4 games left, excuse me. 5 was tonight. 4 games left. You go to Indy, you host Cincinnati, you go to Seattle, and you go to Baltimore. 4 games left, you're 3 back of the division lead. So you need to win and get a lot of help to have that happen. So it's wild card situation for the Steelers if they even get to that point, because like I said, with the loss, they've just dropped out of the playoffs. Now is the 8th seed. Miami's right now with Baltimore atop the AFC, both at 9 and 3. Chiefs and Jags at 8 and 4. So those are your division leaders. Of course, 1 seed gets a bye. 2, 3, and 4 host wild card games, as 7 will play 2, 6 will play 3, and 5 will play 4. You have the Browns, Colts, and Texans now ahead of them, all at 7-5. Pittsburgh was 7-5, but with the loss, they've dropped to 7-6. But then the Broncos are behind them, the Bengals are behind them, the Bills are behind them at 6-6. They play the Bengals again, but they don't even play the Broncos or Bills, so they're going to need, some help. Like, they can't take care of business themselves against those teams, let alone against the Dolphins or the Chiefs. They beat the Ravens, still going to play them once, lost to the Jaguars, split the Browns, lost to the Texans, play at the Colts next week. So, I mean, still take care of business, you're still fine, but you're still going to need some help. Okay? And that's the playoff situation. At least the AFC. NFC is Philly, San Fran, along with Detroit and Dallas. And then, it's really Philly, San Fran, Detroit, and Atlanta. Because Dallas is the first wild card. But then if they win Sunday, they'd be a tie atop the NFC East. And then you have the Vikings, Packers, Rams, who the Steelers beat, who are 6-6. The Seahawks are 6-6. Like, every team they still have to play down the stretch has a winning record. They do. Colts 7-5, Bengals 6-6. At this point in time, we'll see, come when they actually play the game. Seattle 6-6. Baltimore is 9-3. Like I said, it ain't gonna get any easier. And then the Bucks and Saints potentially still could, sneak in. But it looks like the Giants, Bears, the Washington Redskins, football team now, Commanders, whatever you want to call them, and Arizona Cardinals are out. The Panthers are the only team that so far have been eliminated from playoff contention. They're the only team with one win. The only two teams with 2 wins were the Cardinals and Patriots. But now they have 3 wins because they just beat the Steelers in the same week. That's why I said I can't remember. This is a dark period for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It truly is. I mean, when was the last time they lost to a 2-win team, let alone 2 different 2-win teams in the span of a fucking week, let alone the season? I mean, come on. Probably the first time ever. That's what that stat was. They're the first NFL team ever in history that's above 500, but they've lost to 2 different teams, at least 8 games below 500 in the same season. So, I mean, it's just fucking pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. And they've had their chances, but they can't figure out a way to win, let alone play any better, for a full fucking 60. It's either a little bit here or a little bit there, which at times is enough. But now that's starting to catch up to them. It is. So, yeah, now they're on the outside looking in the playoff picture. I mean, the max would be 11-6. The worst would be 7-10. But then that's a losing season. I mean, you can split and go 9-8. That's a winning season. Still haven't had a losing season then in 20 years, 20 plus years. This rate, big fucking whoop. Like I said, I think I've heard enough of that talk. Like, they just do it to themselves. Like, they gotta, at this rate now, get over this hump. Tomlin says they'll be back. We'll see. Because then if it's the same old, then, well, who do we blame now? Starts at the top. Coach, players play. Still got to execute. That's why I said, I think it's hot now. It's only going to get hotter. Until it cools down, hopefully. It's tough, but tough shit. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, and It's it's a dark time for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, normally it's this way with the Pirates, not the Steelers. But they're pretty close to that threshold if they keep it up. I mean, I get it's one game. Really, back-to-back games are like this. Every fucking game they lose like this. Let alone one season. But, you know, obviously, you know, sometimes you got to have something go wrong, you know, for you to figure it out. They need a wake-up call is what they need. They need to take a good, hard fucking look in the mirror and realize what the hell is going on. Like, they can't keep it up because it ain't gonna last. And it's not healthy, you know. Don't want to get all doctored on you. I'm no fucking doctor either. But it's not. This is just frustrating. But we'll be back. As they said they would be. Well, what does that mean? You gonna continue to play like this? Or are you gonna, you know, actually wake the fuck up? Or, as we'll be back, yeah, we'll be watching. We'll be the ones fucking suffering. But just, it's like, truly don't even think about it while I ask it, but what's next? You know? So New England now leads the all-time series 19-16. Pittsburgh, they'll have the gold end zones back for that Bengal game. They play at 4:30 the next two Saturdays. Not this Saturday, but the next two Saturdays after that, the 16th and the 23rd. They play at 4:30 both days. And then they play at 4 o'clock on New Year's Eve, the 31st, at Seattle. Like I said, 3 of their next 4 to finish the season are on the road as well. And then Baltimore week 18, who knows when that game's going to be. It's either going to be Saturday again at either 4 or 8 o'clock, because they have 2 games that day, and then it's sometime Sunday. It'll probably be, Sunday at either 1 or 4. As of course they went on a string of 1 o'clock games the past month. Here we are, Thursday night football again, and another 1-score game. But rather than winning the 1-score games, they're losing the 1-score games now. They got to find a way, out to win those 1-score games. They're 7-6, but they should be winless. Hate to say it, but they should be. And this hot, heated discussion with how bad it is would have been, burnt to the fucking ground by now, because it would have been on fire a long time ago. But then another 3-point loss, 7-6 to 9-4, they win those 2 1-score games that they lost. And then the other 4 losses, 1 by 10 and the other 3 by 14 or more. So, by 2 scores, at least. You win some, you lose some. You win as a team, you lose as a team. It's like, what's it gonna fucking take for them to realize, they need to wake the fuck up. Belichick played chess over Tomlin playing checkers. That's for damn sure. Yeah. And they were able to maintain momentum tonight. They were up until late. And then they still couldn't fucking capitalize off of it. Just, oh my God. I mean, they were, but they weren't overall in the long run. I don't think anybody went down with an injury that I know of. At least that would be out a significant amount of time. They still can't catch a break with injuries, but still, it's next minute mentality. Standard is standard. Okay, you play with who you have because that's who you have on their roster. You believe in them. You want to fucking sign them if you didn't. I don't know what else to say. I'm fucking speechless. And that's a shock. Like, they need a good, hard talking to is what they need. Like, they need, well, it's punishment for all of us, you know, with the losses. You know, it's enough on the excuses, and somebody needs to step up and take control. It's just fucking ridiculous. It's very frustrating. Because it's with the frustration from responsibility, but then being held accountable, you know. So, man, just fucking sucks. I'm sure Iron City's happy right about now. Sales are probably spiking through the fucking roof. So, let me say this for one before I still want to recap last week just so I get it in, and then preview this upcoming week, along with next week real quick, so stay tuned. But as always, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media, links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, with the red subscribe button, notification button next to it, as well to stay up to date. Thumbs up button. Share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. Keep an eye out for my college football bowl game preview for the upcoming bowl season, as I'll have that released live right here on the YouTube channel sometime from now until next Saturday, which will also be the next time you see me live right here on YouTube for the Steeler game next Saturday. At the Colts next Saturday afternoon at 4:30, so be sure to tune in. Then, of course, then once again they host the Bengals, then go to Seattle, and then Baltimore to finish the season. If they're in the playoffs, they're in the playoffs. If they're not, then it's, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda, back to all these fucking games that they lost that they probably should have fucking won, but because of this or that, they lost. You know, if it ain't one thing, it's a fucking another with them. It truly is. But yeah, I guess now we'll recap last week, preview this week and next week, as well. Give some final stats and scores. And then sign off. But in the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. And before I forget as well, I was meaning to do this earlier. We sort of were all off course tonight, but we, you know, still made it to the end. Just want to, you know, type some loose ends, you know, before we sign off. Give a shout out to Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and the novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, and Dead and Hungry as well. So be sure to check them out. Links also in the description below, as this video is powered by all three of them: Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke, that's L-U-K-E, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, secondhand resale shop that focuses on sustaining the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. As HopeKThrifts is found on Depop, Instagram, Mercari, and Poshmark. at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. That's HopeKThrifts, HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CheapThrifts, CHEAP, CheapThrifts, THRIFTS, CheapThrifts once more, for 10% off. Link in the description below as well. And then Dead and Hungry, novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell. As you can find the book on Amazon for your Kindle for $4.99, the paperback edition about $15. And then, as I normally would, read the book description at this point in time. I'm not going to, but link in the description below. Be sure to go check them out. I would say, if that doesn't interest you, well, you might as well be what the title says in Dead and Hungry, because it's a damn good book, must read, makes a perfect Christmas gift. So be sure to check out Dead and Hungry as well, link in the description below. But in the meantime, now, last week in the NFL, this would have been week 13, it started a week ago, a week after Thanksgiving. Hard to believe Thanksgiving was already 2 weeks ago, Christmas less than 3 weeks now. But the Cowboys beat the Seahawks 41-35. We knew the Chargers beat the Patriots 6-0. The Steelers lost to the Cardinals 24-10. But in overtime, the Colts beat the Titans 31-28. Lions beat the Saints 33-28. Falcons on top of the Jets 13-8. So a bunch of threes and a bunch of eights in that trio. Dolphins put up 45 on Washington, 45-15. Texans beat the Denver Broncos 22-17. Tampa over Carolina 21-18. Rams 36-19 to beating the Browns. San Fran went to Philly, beat the Eagles pretty bad, 42-19, in which we had a few ejections. Same thing on Sunday Night Football, as that game came down to the wire. 27-19, Green Bay defeating the Kansas City Chiefs. Monday Night Football went to overtime this past week, which was Cincinnati beating Jacksonville 34-31. Of course, teams I had a bye last week were Buffalo, Chicago, the Raiders, Vikings, Giants, and Ravens. And now this week 14, of course, we just kicked off week 14 in the National Football League with the Patriots beating the Steelers 21-18. Bye weeks this week are Arizona and Washington. Got a damn good Sunday night game, Monday Night Football doubleheader as well. But we'll also have Tampa and Atlanta, Detroit, Chicago. Colts Bengals should be a good game. Of course, both teams aren't that far apart distance-wise in the Midwest. And then, a game to as Steeler fans should watch out for, because that's the next two opponents. Of course, already beat the Bengals, still got to play them once more at home as you beat them on the road, but then you go to Indy next week. So they'll have a little bit more of a mini bye compared to the Colts. Steelers from Thursday to Saturday, Colts from Sunday to Saturday, for what it's worth. Colts at home, Steelers on the road that game. Jags and Browns on Sunday as well should be interesting. Panthers, Saints, Texans, Jets. The Rams will be in Baltimore, take on the Ravens. Vikings, Raiders, a Thanksgiving night rematch in the NFC West with the Seahawks and 49ers. Got the Broncos and Chargers, and then arguably the two best games of the day. Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles, Cowboys. 4:30 and 8 o'clock for Sunday Night Football. Monday Night Football doubleheader once more is Titans, Dolphins, and Packers, Giants. And then now next week in the NFL, we'll have Thursday Night Football, the Saturday triple header, the Sunday games, and then Monday Night Football. That was flexed from Chiefs, Patriots to Eagles, Seahawks. So it's still taking care of business, okay? There's a few teams, you look at their schedules down the stretch, they are really, really fucking tough. Pittsburgh right now, the remaining 4 games against teams with all winning records, as they do, themselves, but they're cutting it real fucking close, let me tell you. They're, 7-6, but they shouldn't be 7-6. You know, they're getting by the skin of their ass. They are. Win's a win, but not tonight. They've just lost 2 in a row. 3 of their last 4, and 2 straight to 2 win teams. Okay? They are, you want to talk about lucky to be still in the position they're in, even though they're now on the outside looking in the playoff picture, you know, because it could be a hell of a lot worse, but it's just, it's frustrating. It's everything I said already tonight and then some. So we'll see how it goes from here. They got the Colts next Saturday. Would like, truly look at it, Cincinnati to win against the Colts. Both Pittsburgh and Indy then are 7-6. Cincy's 7-6. They host the Vikings next Saturday as well. Pittsburgh's still got to play Cincy. You know, you take care of business, maybe get some help. You're still there. You're still fine. You know, but if not, once again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Also, so next week, Thursday Night Football will be Chargers Raiders. There's a little bit of an overlap here, just because, well, we didn't recap last week during the game. Even with the weather delays, we never got around to it. That was the one thing I realized after the fact. Shit, forgot to mention that. So here we are. We just did that. But then the short week, Thursday night, okay, got to preview this week, but then we also got to preview next week, because we always do. So here's now next week. Next Thursday night will be Chargers Raiders from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. The Saturday triple header features, at the moment, 3 games with all 6 teams and winning records. I mean, both Minnesota and Cincy are right now 6-6. Steelers Colts is going to be a winning record game. Broncos are 6-6. They go to Detroit. So Thursday Night Football, Chargers Raiders next Saturday, the triple header. This is the Saturday week or 2 before Christmas. Triple header for the NFL, as they love to do. It'll be Vikings, Bengals, Steelers, Colts, and Broncos, Lions. Next Sunday, the 17th, a week, 8 days before Christmas. Bears, Browns, Bucks, Packers, Texans, Titans, Jets, Dolphins. That was the Black Friday game from a few weeks back. Yeah, Chiefs, Patriots was flexed out of Monday Night Football. First time ever the NFL flexed a Monday Night game. That'll be now next Sunday at 1. So that's who New England has next. That'll be in Foxborough Gillette Stadium. I mean, do they get to 4-10 with another win? Or do they go to 3-11? You know, really 2-12 if the Steelers somehow win tonight. But Chiefs, Patriots next week. Giants, Saints as well. Falcons, Panthers. Got Washington, LA. San Fran, Arizona. The Cowboys and Bills from upstate Western New York. That day as well should be damn good. Who knows what the weather's going to be like. Sunday Night Football will be Baltimore and Jacksonville, and then Monday Night Football, Eagles, Seahawks. And then we'll preview weeks. It would be 16, 17, 18, you know, on from there every week as we normally would, because we'd be pretty even, you know, with the games. Just like I said, a little bit of an overlap with this game tonight on a short week on Thursday night. So now we'll pull up some final stats and scores. If it loads, hopefully, knock on wood, it'll load. There we go. 21-18, your final score. Another game the Steelers should have won. They lose. They deserve to lose in the end because flat out they just didn't do enough. You can point your finger to this. You can point your finger to that. You know, as I have and will do, just because, you know. It's really the interception from Trubisky leading to points, even though New England did not score at all in the second half. And then you have the 4th and 2 that the Steelers are trying to capitalize off the Patriot turnover. Should have kicked it to begin the fourth quarter. There's your 3 points, okay? It's 21-13. But then they go for it, don't get it, end up blocking the punt after the fact, score off of it, go for two, get it. It's 21-18. When who knows if that happens if you kick the field goal or not because of the short field, but still, it happens. So we're going to say it happens. It's really the field goal they go for on 4th and 2 instead and don't get it. When they should have kicked it, there's 3 points for you. And then the interception from Trubisky, led to points for the Patriots is why the Patriots beat the Steelers tonight. Even though the Steelers still had numerous fucking chances, to play better and find a way to win this game. But no. Just no. They do it to themselves because they play down to their opponent. There's no other way to put it, and it's just who they are. 7-6, still all 7 wins by 1 score. 4 of the 6 losses by 10 or more, and then 2 3-point losses. So, coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's just, you shouldn't be losing. It's the NFL, though, okay? You shouldn't be losing to 2 different. I can understand 1, let alone 2, though. Come on, man. 2 different 2-win teams. Not in the same season, in the span of the fucking week. Okay? 4 days apart. Sunday at 1 o'clock. Game didn't go over till late because of the weather delays. And then a short week on a Thursday night. That they would have already been prepped for anyway, but they still play like shit. They do it to themselves. And, are they going to have a quarterback controversy? Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph? Well, they got to help them out in the run game, which they really didn't do tonight. Neither team ran the football. New England did when they had to work clock and, got out with a win. Feel so bad for the defense, even though, 6 losses, you give them more points than you scored. If only you do a little bit more here or there, it's fine. But, like I said, at this rate, I don't feel fucking bad for any of them. Because they do it to themselves. It's hard to watch them, it is. So, like I was saying, with the playoff standings, they're still in it for what it's worth right now, even though they're on the outside looking in now. They just need to, and as long as they do take care of business, they'll be fine. But it's just who they are. It's just who they are. So Bailey Zappi was 19-28 for 240 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. Did have the interception, but the Steelers couldn't capitalize on it. Sacked twice. They had as a team 25 carries for 81 yards. Zeke had 22 of them for 68. Zappi 3 of 13 on the others. Former Steeler Juju Smith-Schuster 4 catches, 90 yards tonight, leading the team in receiving. Another game in which it has been every fucking game seemingly this year, a former Steeler has performed well against their former team. And more power to them. Okay, but just, it's frustrating, man. Zeke 7 for 72 in the early touchdown to go up 7-0 on the opening drive. Remember, Steelers cut the lead at 7-3. And then it's 14-3. It's 21-3 with 2 touchdowns to Hunter Henry. He had 3 catches for 40 yards and 2 touchdowns. Come on, man. Give me a fucking break. They can't catch a break with the injuries I might have either, but you're looking at then from 21-3 because the last touchdown there was, or one of the 2, the Hunter Henry, was off of, a turnover. Pittsburgh got a turnover. Couldn't capitalize off of it, Could have had at least a field goal. Difference in a 3-point loss, yeah. Well, only turn the ball over yourself. They scored off of it. You lose by 3. There's the difference too. Both of them. It adds up. The little things that matter, okay? It's a game of inches. Montgomery had to catch for 17 yards. Thornton, 17-yard receiving as well. Jabril Peppers, the Wolverine had the interception. Ryland was good on 3 field goals, or 3 extra points, excuse me. Boswell made from 56 on his field goal, and then was good on his extra point. They had 2 sacks, one to Landon Roberts, the other to Cam Hayward. And then, I mean, there's still some balance with the pass attempts and the rush attempts. I mean, 35 to 28. I mean, but they didn't even have 300 total yards again. Little on 400 that they did for the first time in 3 years a couple weeks ago. Trubisky was 22 of 35, a $190. He was sacked twice as well, threw the interception. They scored points off of it. Pittsburgh couldn't score off of New England's. Trubisky's touchdown was Deontay Johnson, 3 catches, 57 yards. I mean, once again, when you're starting quarterback, leads your team in fucking rushing, you got a fucking problem. And that's what Trubisky did tonight. 8 carries, 30 yards, and a touchdown. Najee Harris, 12 of 29. Jalen Warren, good for 7-11, even though Sheets is better than them and Wawa. Calvin Austin, the third, on an end around for 12. Jalen Warren did have 4 catches, 29 yards. Allen Robinson, a catch for 21. Naj, Pickens, and Freiermuth, 19 yards receiving each. Connor Hayward, 15, and Darnell Washington, a catch for 12 on the first down. Overall team stats, normally they're losing in all these and then they find a way to win. Now they're, getting beat as they beat their opponents. They're doing more than they're losing. They had 18 first downs compared to New England's 14. Neither team could convert worth a shit on third down. New England was 4 of 13 and Pittsburgh was 3 of 14. Steelers 1 of 3 on fourth down. They ran 11 more plays but lost by 3. Had 182 yards passing, 82 rushing, compared to New England's 222 passing and 81 yards rushing. So 303 to 264 total. They had one more drive, which was the kneel down before halftime, so that equaled out then at 13 apiece. 8 penalties. 8 total penalties in this game, and only one of them to the Steelers for 5 yards. It was that false start on the punt that they thought New England jumped off sides on, had the first down, drive stayed alive, but no, they still had to punt. Still got the ball back, but no time left. New England had 7 penalties, 59 yards. Pittsburgh 1 of 5. Both teams turned the ball over. New England scored off of it. Pittsburgh couldn't. And then, going for it on 4th and 2, rather than kicking it, that adds into the difference as well. They controlled the clock by 5 more minutes, I might add as well. 32-19 to 27-41 officially, in advantage of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But they lose by 3, So none of that fucking matters because you lost. Okay? Win's a win at the end of the day, yeah. And, that's all that matters then. But whether you won this or won that, which they really didn't win shit, even though those stats don't lie, they still lost. And losing sucks. And now they've lost 3 of 4 in back-to-back games to 2 different 2-win teams. I mean, come on, man. Don't want to say it, but how much fucking worse could this get? Because it's pretty bad right now. It's on a dumpster fire, but it's damn near fucking close. It is. I mean, it's not Carolina Panther bad in 2023. It's not, the winless 0-16 Lions or winless 0-16 Browns, for God's sakes. But as they're 7-6, they should, be a 2-win team, to be honest with you. I mean, you're as good as, the teams you beat, let alone lose to. I mean, 7-6 once again, 7 wins by 1 score. Those go the opposite way of their losses. or less than 7 wins, you know, or below 500 then. And more losses. Like, they should be winless. Hate to say it, but they should be. Let alone 6-7, 5-8. However you want to, you know, spell it out. They are not a 7-6 team. They are not playing like the Pittsburgh Steelers that we know them to be, but this is just who they are. Flat out. And until something changes, nothing's going to change. It's who they are. It's going to be the same old, same old. Now, I'm not saying, once again, you know, you need to make any, you know, changes at the top. It's called execution. It's called, you know, with the talent they have, being able to put it all fucking together, you know, because it's 7-6, but it could be a hell of a lot worse, but it should be, you think about it, better. I mean, two games they've lost by 3 points. That's 9-4. You know, game lost by 10. 3 other by 14 or more. Like, it's bad, but it's not terribly bad. You know, like the terrible towels that the rest of the NFL hates. Okay, even though it could be a hell of a lot worse, you take it. Okay. I know that's a little hard to, you know, put in perspective and potentially understand, but it's just who they are. So hopefully they can figure out a way to get out of the slump they're in. And because you want to be playing your best ball down the stretch. Who knows? Maybe they get hot. You know? Maybe they cap off, you know? I mean, if you split it 2-2, that's 9-8 again. Winning season. For what it's worth. Okay, whatever. 3-1 is, you know, 10-7. You went out, you're 11-6. But you got 4 tough games. That is just who they are. Once again, they I said it last week, will beat the best teams, but then lose the worst teams. There's no other way to put it. So, I don't know what to say. I've said my piece. And I stand by everything I said last week, and now tonight. Man, it's frustrating as all hell, and like I said, don't know how much more, even though we'll be here watching, you know, and going through the pains, of watching them. I mean, next our eyes are going to be fucking bleeding, because it is painful to watch them. It is. It sucks, you know, to see them like this, because that's the thing. You know how they could and should be, because you've seen it, you know, and then they could be playing like this. It's just, like I said, it's a letdown. It's a disappointment. It's frustrating. It's embarrassing. You know, because they're the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're not, you know, fill in the blank with whatever team you don't like, or that, you know, is garbage 9 times out of 10, and so on and so forth, you know. But as they're skinning by the hair on their ass, hopefully something changes and they wake up and, you know, all right, enough's enough. We're here to play, and you better watch out. And because if they can, I'm telling you, watch out. But if not, it's just the way it is. Like, some people are going to be so fucking pissed off, you know, that, all right, we're on the next season already. You know, there's a couple more games left, right? And there's still, you know, chances, you know. And I know you'll still be watching, as I am, okay? I mean, I'm just telling you how I see it, whether you agree with it or not. At least it's hard to, you know, talk about at times. Truth hurts. They're really not that good. They're not. So, yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. I don't have much else to be said. So, of course, apologies to Matt Damon, but we're running out of time. So, thanks for tuning in and watching. As always, greatly appreciated. Thanks for the support. Thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Like I said, keep an eye out for my college football bowl game, bowl season preview. I'll drop that sometime from now until next Saturday. Of course, next Saturday, the Steelers play at the Colts as well. The game will be at 4:30. I believe all games that Saturday for that triple header are on NFL Network, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, if you did not know. But just another tough loss. So how do they respond? You know? Said the same thing though last week, and then we get the same fucking thing tonight. You know? Like, something's, gotta fucking wake them up. I don't know what. And it's not firing Mike Tomlin. It's not. It's not. Because it could be a hell of a lot worse. I'll argue with you about that all day, every day, until the fucking cows come home, okay? No. That is not the answer. I get he's coaching, okay, and it starts at the top. But it could be a hell of a lot worse. Because let me ask you this. Who are you going to fucking hire if you fire him? You know? And now they're getting beat by, former players. What if he goes somewhere you got to play him a lot? He's going to beat you then. At your own fucking game. Which is sort of what New England did to Pittsburgh tonight, I might add, too. Beating them at their own game. Because they really didn't do much either. Of course, they didn't score in the second half at all, but, a lead and then holding it. That's one way for Pittsburgh to win. The other is to come from behind, and then, it's either, okay, they came up short as they did, or find a way to win. Because they've had their chances again, but, no, it's not firing Mike Tomlin. It's not. It's putting it all together and being able to execute. Okay? And, they just got put fucking in the chair twice in a week and got fucking fried by two different two-win teams, for God's sakes, who are now 3-10. And they fall to 7-6 when they really probably should be 9-4. At least 8-5. But they're 7-6. So they are, what the record says they are. Even though they're not 7-6, they're a hell of a lot worse than that. The blindest blind person could see that. All right. At least they don't have to watch. They have to hear it. But we got to watch them play like this. And it ain't good. Like, they're playing like a bunch of fucking third graders again. Just doing enough to get by. And it's caught up to them. It has. And now it's not going their way. It's frustrating. Very frustrating. So, yeah, I don't think I forgot anything. If I did, I'll drop it as a comment in the comments, as I've done in the past. Some thoughts and opinions, let alone, put it in at the start for next week's game. And, damn well we're going to be here watching and talking about it anyway, so might as well just hold off and wait. And just like, I've seen them be bad before, but this might have topped the new level. Okay? And I've been watching football my whole entire life. Alright? This is bad. With a capital B, capital A, and a capital D. Very bad. Like, horrendous bad. Yeah. That's where they're at. Like, I get sometimes you got to go through the tough times to get to the good times. You got to go down, the gutter and the cellar, to get on top. Um, but even when they were, down and out, they're, finding ways to win. So take one out of the Raiders playbook and find a way to win and just win, baby. That's all it fucking takes. Because that's all anybody ever remembers, whether you won or lost. We're not having this discussion if they've, won the past 2 games, let alone, won as much as they have. I mean, we still are, but we're not as deep. Because even though it matters, it doesn't matter that much. Because, win's a win. You lose, then yeah, it gets pretty heavy. As they're in a spot they aren't used to really being in. Um, okay, tough spot, yeah, but first ever NFL team in history above 500 at any point in time in the season to lose to 2 different, just not in the span of a week, but a whole season in general. They did it in the span of a week, though. Short week, Sunday to Thursday, with a couple weather delays as well, and 2 halftimes. To lose to 2 different teams that were at least 8 games below 500 at that point in time in the game when it was played. Like, that might be the worst stat of all time. To be honest with you, it might be. Like, it's just a little hard to, wrap your head around with how bad they're playing. But it's the truth, because they're not playing that good. They're not. They're flat out not. So up until, not necessarily start playing better, but they just start winning, because that's all that matters. Just the way it is. Just the way it is. So I'll leave it at that. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. But unfortunately, once again, the Steelers lose at home to another 2-10 team. On Sunday it was Arizona Cardinals. Tonight it was New England Patriots. And from 7-4 less than a week ago to 7-6 less than a week later, they were in the playoffs. Now they're on the outside looking in. Still got 4 more games, another month of football to be played. They're still going to have their opportunities, their chances that they've had numerous up to business. Can then, okay, be fine. Maybe it's coulda, woulda, shoulda, and overall, well, tough shit. Because they did it to themselves. Because they play down to their opponent. They do. It's just, like I said, it's pathetic. It's absolutely ridiculous that they're playing this. Because damn well, as much as I do, as they do too, that they shouldn't be. But they are. For whatever fucking reason, they are. It's really embarrassing. It is. And not necessarily be a Steeler fan, proud of that, but it's just embarrassing to, I think, more on their part, be playing this way, because like I said, it's just not one thing, it's a bunch of stuff, and they gotta work, and they gotta fix it. Yeah, and until then, who knows what's gonna happen? Here we are, we'll see how it plays out. So hopefully we'll be along for the ride, as I'll continue to have, no doubt about it, live watching reactions, live right here on YouTube. So until then, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching, and be sure to tune back in next week for next week's game, as I'll be at the Indianapolis Colts next Saturday at 4:30. So Steelers Colts, 9 days away, a week from Saturday. Technically it's early Friday morning now, past midnight, but you get my point, from a Thursday night game. A little bit of mini bye. Play on Saturday rather than Sunday. It was going to be one of the flex games, so they're going to be Saturday or Sunday from earlier this season, just didn't know when, and then they book it Saturday, because then they play the Saturday before Christmas, 2 days before Christmas, or on the 23rd. So, yeah, just, it's tough. Tough spot. They are. It's, potentially on the road to becoming a disaster here before too long, if they don't fix what they need to fix. As they, I would hope, know exactly what that is, and as I've, said what I've said, I stand by it once again. So let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments below. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions this evening. As unfortunately the Steelers lose, the New England Patriots beat the Pittsburgh Steelers by your final score once again of 21-18.